Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Cloudmania Academy session on security and compliance fundamentals. My name is Shalini from Liquid Cloud and Cybersecurity. And in today's session, it will be delivered by Sashi, and you will learn around the cloud concepts and principles, security, compliance, and trust in the cloud, identity, access, and authentication, governance, risk management and compliance, and data and application security. By the way, this is an interactive session, so please feel free to unmute yourself for any questions or drop your questions in the chat below. The session is recorded. So without further ado, Sashi, over to you.
Thank you, Shiny. Let me just turn on the camera for a short while. Welcome to you all. We have a huge audience today, and I would like to take this opportunity to say that let's all put our heads together and learn very valuable information about security, compliance, and identity today. So, Shalini, are we going to start straight up, or do we still wait for more participants to come in?
Sorry, I was on mute. I think let's kick off and then others will join later.
Okay, no worries. Okay, just give me a heads up if everybody can see the screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can see.
Thank you, everyone. So, as you all know, the SC series is a special series provided by Microsoft. And the 900 actually is a fundamental course. Of course, you have many other learning paths that comes after the 900 course. But we have SC 900, SC 200, 300, which are all aligned about security and Microsoft. So this is a Microsoft-led course, which means that all the material that you would see is from Microsoft and is based on the concept that Microsoft wants all of the people who are using their product to know. And of course, there are certifications that you can take for this exam, for this course. And of course, we would always ask you to, after the course, take your time to go deeper in all of the concepts and then do the certifications. Those items would help you in your career wherever you are. Okay, so I am Shashi Kisunyoganan. I'm from FRCI. We are Microsoft partners and we operate on the whole of Africa. I'm a senior consultant here, so my specialty is actually security and security products of Microsoft, and have an MSc in cybersecurity and penetration testing. And of course, you can contact me. You can see my email there. So it's shashika@frci.net. So I've been in the business for around 10 years now, and mainly deploying Microsoft security products. So all of the defenders that you've probably heard of, and of course, trying to assess those solutions from the red team's perspective. So blue team implementer and red team trying to penetrate the solution and try to find flaws in the solutions. So today we are not going to go very deep in those concepts. It's a fundamental course. We are just going to ensure that everyone knows what Microsoft is doing and what are the core concepts that you need in today's world to protect your business. So, of course, we won't have time to introduce everybody, but normally, if the audience was smaller, we would have time to get acquainted with everyone. Normally, it's a cluster-led course as well as an online-led course. So all of the building hours, class hours, and all of that won't be important to you guys, but we have 4 main modules today. And what we are going to try to do is after each module, we'll have like a 15 minute question answer round. And we'll have like a 15 minutes break after each module so that you can get ready for the next concept to come. After 2 modules, we'll have a 30-minute breaks and that time everybody can just relax and have a meal or something. And then in the afternoon session, again, we'll have 2 main modules. Okay, so about this course is mainly to introduce you to Microsoft SCI, so security, compliance, and identity concepts for the cloud environment. And we'll talk a lot about the on-premise environment as well. So on the agenda for today, it's basically the concepts of security, compliance, and identity in the first module, and then we'll move on to Azure AD and the concepts of protecting identity. In the third module in the afternoon, we'll just go ahead and look at all the security solutions that Microsoft has to offer. And of course, compliance is a different set of products that we will have as well in our last session. As much as possible, we'll show you actual environments where the solutions have already been deployed and are actually working. And like that, you can have a full idea of how the solution looks like in the real world. Like I mentioned at the start of the presentation, that this is an official course as well. So you have a certification for it. And normally, Microsoft aligns like a weightage on different concept areas. So you will see, for example, identity and access management solutions is around 25 to 30% of the coursework, and the exam questions are going to be around those concepts. Security solutions and as well compliance, so 30, 30, 30, and maybe 10% about the general concepts of security, compliance, and identity. So if ever in the future you're planning to do the exams, which I highly recommend, so just have this in mind that yes, so the questions are going to be weighted around those concepts. Okay, so that was just the introduction, and shortly we will start with module number 1.
And then, Sashi, maybe we can also mention that if people are sitting for the exams, they can also practice on Microsoft Learn for Q&A on the SC900 module. I'll put the link into the chat for your reference.
Yes, sure. You're right. Let's show them the Microsoft Learn page, and everybody, if you can go to the Microsoft Learn page. So all like we mentioned, all of the coursework is from Microsoft. So you will see that the slides are related to what we are going to do. So before, we used to get the books, the official coursework from SkillPipe. So it's recent, maybe one year ago, Microsoft decided to make all the learning paths available freely on learn.microsoft.com. So if you come here and you click on Browse Learning Path, you will be able to follow the SC900 course alongside all the presentation, and you will have a lot more details about what we are going to do. So let me just zoom out a little bit. So if we go on to SC900, so you will see security, compliance, and identity. So the first modules that we are going to do. And of course, all of the SC900 courses are going to be listed here, so you can follow along. Okay, here you go. Now this is MS. Okay, here you go, the SC900 course, and of course you will have all the modules in there, and you can follow along the presentation. Okay, very important when you're learning these modules, you will get experience points, and of course, do create an account and reap the benefits of those points. These points get assigned to your transcript, and if ever you're postulating for a job, these will be in your transcript, and you can use those points to showcase that you have followed the course and you know about the concepts. Okay, module number 1, we will go in the concepts of security, compliance, and identity. And in those, we'll describe first up security and compliance. So module number 1, we are going to look at some concepts like the shared responsibility concept and defense in depth, zero trust model, which is a trust model that Microsoft advertises and wants everybody to adopt so that you can protect the modern infrastructure. And then we'll look at basic concepts of encryption, hashing, and of course, basic compliance concepts. Okay, so we'll start with the shared responsibility model. When we are in the cloud, so we have varying degrees of responsibility. What this means is that many people are under the impression that if they purchase a service with Microsoft Azure or Google or AWS or any other cloud service provider, then the security is the concern of the provider. But this is true in some cases, but in some cases, a lot of the responsibility is actually shared on our shoulders. So, for example, let me just put on the laser. We have our classic environment, which is an on-prem environment, and we've got all our infrastructure on our on-prem environment. So in this model, normally we buy the servers, we host the servers in-house, we deploy the operating system, we have the networking infrastructure in place. And then all of the responsibility normally here is ours. So the blue screen that you can see here is our responsibility. But with the introduction of cloud services and some of the infrastructure that is being shared by the provider, so in this case, which is Microsoft. So let's say if we go for an infrastructure as a service, so you will see the physical host, the physical network, the data center is in the perimeter of actually the cloud service provider. So this section and the security for this section is taken up by Microsoft. So you don't have to worry about this. You just have to worry about the operating system. Maybe once you get your virtual machine, you'll need to deploy an AV on the operating system. So like this, the rest of the security perimeter comes onto us. So more and more services are outsourced, and some of the services like which are classified as software as a service. So for example, Office 365 would be software as a service. So the platform, the updates, all the controls is at Microsoft, and they normally would cater for all of the backside. So all of the protection that is required to protect the whole of the system is provided by Microsoft. And on our side, we just have to cater for the actual data that we are producing from, let's say, Word or an Excel or something that we are using as software as a service. So like this, the concept here, which is very important to outline, is that whichever model of a service that you're buying from any cloud service provider, whether be it Microsoft or any other, there is some degree of responsibility that you have to cater for, and there is some level of security that you have to put in place so that you ensure that the product that you're using, the intellectual property that you're creating is actually secured, and you're protecting the best interests of your companies. Okay, so let's move along. So if we look at the defense in depth concept, so here we are trying to outline all of the layers that can be also a security breach opportunity. So if we take up the physical infrastructure, so we'll have to have physical protections. So maybe we'll have access cards. We'll have certain areas which are not authorized for people to go in. So like you all know, the data centers of Microsoft, some of them are not even disclosed on the maps. And to get access to a data center of Microsoft is highly secured. Some of the engineers that work there only get access to the first layer or the second layer, but the core of the infrastructure is not accessible by the general public. And when we talk about physical security, this is what we are talking about. Identity and access is just security control to access any kind of infrastructure, and of course, to allow to identify someone and then to grant him a certain level of access. We'll look at this section in much more details when we are going to talk about Azure AD and Active Directory and identity solutions. So we'll look at that. The perimeter security, including distributed denial of service protection to filter large-scale attacks before they can cause a denial of service for users. Okay, so DDoS attacks, we all know about it. These are very common. So what happens is we have a service that we are providing to someone, and the service can handle a certain load of requests. And what we do is we just bombard the service with a lot of requests so that the actual user cannot have access to its own perimeter of work. So this is what we look at when we talk about perimeter and DDoS protections. The actual network, once we are in the infrastructure, so the infrastructure of Microsoft is highly virtual based. So we'll also have physical firewalls, but we'll have a lot of actually virtual networks and virtual firewalls and virtual perimeters that secure that infrastructure. The compute layer, so the virtual machines that we are going to create. So of course, if we've created a virtual machine, especially if it's a Microsoft, we'll have the firewall, we'll have the actual ports open on the machine, we'll have remote access and all of these kinds of security that we'll need to check on the compute resource itself. And of course, we have applications. For applications, we have all kinds of vulnerabilities. So we need to ensure that the latest version of the applications are deployed and there are no exploits available on the current version of application that we are using. And of course, last but not least is actual data that we are producing or consuming. So data at rest or data in transit will need to ensure that it is encrypted. And this is a huge part of security as well. So just to summarize, in this section, we are just outlining that when we are considering the security of an organization, we have multiple layers to protect. Normally, we have different solutions from Microsoft, different stacks of solutions. So if we talk about Microsoft Defender itself, so maybe it will be able to protect 4 or 5 of these stacks. But for other stacks, we need other solutions just to ensure that we've catered for all of the types of protections that we can apply to ensure that the whole of the organization is actually secure. So we have multiple layers here, and as we move along, we'll actually see for each layer what Microsoft has to offer in terms of security solutions. Okay, here another concept very widely used and which we call the CIA triad. In many courses at university level or even in many cybersecurity courses, you will learn about it. And it talks about 3 core concepts about protection. So confidentiality. So first up, when we have a customer information, when we have a password, when we have sensitive information. So all of these types of information needs to be confidential. So we cannot disclose them. And we need to have certain types of protection to ensure that these information are actually confidential. Okay. Then we'll have the integrity of those information. So integrity ensures that when we are presented with an information, we are able to say with a certain degree of certainty that the information is actually a good information. The message is correct. So for example, when someone is sending us a mail, we need to ensure that we are absolutely certain that the person, let's say Shashi, is sending you guys a mail, you actually know that the person is not being impersonated and the message has not been changed in transit and things like that. Availability, we just talked about DDoS and it is another part. So we need to ensure that we do have access to our own data or our own infrastructure or own whatever service that we are using from Microsoft. So 3 main concepts, and actually the cybersecurity strategy is actually defined around those 3 main concepts to ensure that confidentiality is respected, that the data that you are presenting to someone has not been tampered with and is actually the right data. And of course, at any point in time, we have availability of the resources that we want to access. Okay, and here we talk about the zero trust model. So we've seen many different pillars or many different layers that we need to protect. And actually, when it was in the classic environment, so the classic environment will be completely on-prem, it was much more easier to protect, I would say. So you had a set perimeter and you were inside a LAN and you were inside your company's infrastructure, and you could just have a specialized equipment placed on the edge, so a delimiterized zone, a firewall, and then you only had to protect whatever was inside your organization. But the modern infrastructure is not like that. The modern infrastructure is very vast, very high pace, highly connected, and we need to have a certain type of concept or a certain type of strategy to be able to have the same level of, let's say, security even if we are surfing the internet or we are operating on the public network. So this methodology is called Zero Trust from Microsoft. And the motto is trust no one and verify everything. So here the concept would be just at each and every pillars that you can see here to have specialized solutions. And of course, Defender, Microsoft Defender is one of the solutions, is to have all of the information verified and to trust no one. So,
Hi, Sasha, I have a question.
yep.
In fact, I get this question very often. So very often we heard about this concept of zero trust, not only from Microsoft, but from other hyperscalers as well. From Cloudflare, Acronis, etc. So if you had to explain the concept of zero trust, like very simply, how would you define it? What
Very
is
simple.
the zero trust, basically?
Like the motto says, is that the world that we operate in is that we cannot trust something. So let's say me and you are talking and you don't know anything about me. In general, there is a certain level of trust that we attribute when we are trying to communicate. Okay, so let's say I am FRCI and you're from Liquid, and we are talking to each other. Based on our bond, we would say, oh, she's from Liquid, I'm from FRCI, I know her, and I would basically trust you because I know you because we've been working for some time, we've been exchanging mails for some time, and we could go ahead and say, okay, so the identity, yours, Shalini, and mine, Shashi, can talk to each other and operate. If we go in this direction, then we are not respecting zero trust. Zero trust means that even if I know you, I don't trust you. I will absolutely have a solution in place that would verify the communication that is going through me and you. So let's say tomorrow you're sending me a mail. I have, for example, Asia AD identity protection and let's say Defender for Office 365. So these solutions are still going to verify, hey, is this really Shalini? So just this small step to still go ahead and verify who you are and the message that you're sending to me helps me protect against many types of threat. So just by exchanging those mails, let's say for some reason in your environment, your account got breached and someone was trying to impersonate you and trying to send a document that you don't usually send to me. From my side, with my defenses in place, like Defender for 365, it would alert me and tell me, hey, I know you're used to talk to Shalini, but today we see something different. Today we see something that the mail usually comes from, let's say, Réunion Indienne or South Africa. But today we are seeing that Shalini is actually communicating from Europe or America or Nigeria. Nigeria, because we have lots of attacks coming from Nigeria. So these kind of checks is actually zero trust. So we don't trust anything. If we are communicating on that network, we ensure that we have a solution that is actually going to verify many different concepts. So for example, if I talk about identity and I talk about Asia AD identity protection, so there are basically around 30 types of patterns that are actually being monitored for an environment. So one very common one that people usually face is, let's say today itself, I'm sending you a mail. Identity protection will know that I'm communicating from Mauritius. And let's say 5 minutes later, my identity sends you a mail from, let's say, South Africa. So zero trust and the identity protection that we have in place and the patterns that we are monitoring for identities would straight up flag all kind of alerts and block. It depends on how we configure the actual actions to be taken. So we can just go ahead and block the user or reset his password and alert everyone that we have a problem here. And this is very important because we are communicating at large. Yes, so I was saying, like, we are communicating at large, and we have to absolutely verify at every step of the way things that are going outside of our organization and coming inside of our organization. Okay, and it will make more sense as we go along this course, because that zero trust model has actually been designed to protect the modern architecture. The modern architecture is, for example, Azure AD, highly cloud-based, highly communication on the public network. And you will see that the modern architecture has been, by default or by design, been configured to be multi-tenancy. We had a very huge problem with actually the classic environment, and the classic environment would be your perimeter network with an identity provider like Active Directory and your infrastructure. So the problem was that when I needed to collaborate with other people, it was very, very difficult. I had to set up site to sites. I had to had physical infrastructures between sites, and even if it was my own company, but at two different locations, it was very difficult to have these infrastructures in place. Just so that we can do basic communication like exchanging mails, exchanging files, and things like that. So the modern architecture is not like that. The modern architecture, by default, trusts everyone. So today, when we are converting an identity, let's say my local account has been synchronized to Azure AD, and now I have an email address and a password which is on Azure AD, I can use that almost anywhere. And it has been designed to actually let other application connect to my Azure AD and provide this access. So I had a small video on zero trust that I wanted to share. And after that, we are going to, let me just share my screen again with the sound actually in place.
Yeah, and I see we have Yuran saying that for zero trust, you assume that you have been breached, so trust nothing. Definitely a very good example. We have a question from Isaac. So Isaac is asking, what is the role of VPN in the zero trust methodology?
So the VPN would actually be at the networking level here. So it secures many different types of communication. So for example, if we talk about the modern infrastructure, so you would have your office in, let's say, Mauritius. And normally here in Mauritius, most of our actual servers and actual infrastructures are deployed in the data center of Microsoft, which is in South Africa. So at the core of the networking level, we would have very simple concept like site-to-site VPNs with our data center, which is in South Africa. So basically connecting our organization to the data center. And as well, Microsoft also provides the ability to also do point to sites. So even if I am traveling, I can be anywhere in the world, I have the ability to create a VPN, a point to site VPN towards my data center and having all of my actual access to my resources, which has been deployed for my organization. Okay, so let me just go ahead and share the screen with sound again. Okay, include sound, and we are going to look at a very short video from Microsoft. Okay, let me.
With the explosion of cloud technologies in the mobile workforce, the corporate network perimeter has been redefined. As a result, today's organizations need a new security model that can provide secure access to their resources regardless of user or application environment. This means adapting to the modern distributed workplace, embracing the mobile workforce, and protecting people, devices, apps, and data wherever they're located. A zero-trust approach transforms the security model into one that verifies requests explicitly using all available signals, employs the principle of least privilege access, and assumes breach. This approach should extend throughout the entire digital estate. It should also serve as an integrated security philosophy and end-to-end strategy based on 6 foundational pillars. First, identities. Verify all identities with strong authentication. Second, devices. Get visibility into all the devices accessing your network. Third, applications. Discover shadow IT and monitor and control access with real-time analytics. Fourth, network. Encrypt all internal communications, limit access by policies, and segment networks. Fifth, infrastructure. Employ real-time threat detection, automatically block and flag risks, and employ least privilege access principles. Finally, data. Classify, label, and encrypt data to protect it wherever it lives or travels. Each of these 6 pillars is a critical resource to be defended. But where do you start? Every zero-trust journey is unique, so start by evaluating your current environment, available resources, and priorities. Every step forward will make a difference in reducing risk throughout your digital estate. To learn more, visit aka.ms/zerotrust.
Okay, so aka.ms/zerotrust is the place to go. And just before we move along, I want to actually show you that the plan actually is well defined. We already have a very clear defined strategy for Zero Trust and Microsoft. Yes, Shalini, you see your hands up.
Yeah, so I see a couple of questions in the chat. Maybe if you can give us some examples around security breach and especially around zero trust, how you can protect your environment.
Sure. I will just put up the map and then I'll show you guys what it looks like. Okay, Zero Trust is here. Okay, so don't worry, I will zoom in shortly, but this is basically the master plan for Zero Trust. There are multiple layers. We've seen in the video, first up, the modern architecture. And from there on, we identify 6 core items that is the baseline for all industries that we need to protect. So let me just zoom in and we'll show the strategy, actually how it looks like. So at the very base layer here, so number 1, you will see that we have the identity. So very simple, you are going to work at any company in the world. What will happen is they will want to identify you. They will give you what we call an account, a username, a password, and this is at the very base layer. So here we're trying to create the identity and have all the securities around the identity in place. Okay, so this includes your sign-in logs, MFA, multi-factor authentication. By default, this will be enabled for all people by Microsoft shortly, so you won't have the choice to not have MFA. So the types of sign-in logs and risks that I mentioned just before, this is part of Azure Identity Protection. So very good. We've entered a new company. We've got an identity. We've got all the layers of protection. What we are going to do with that identity, we are going to take that identity and try to log on to devices. So you won't have only an identity. Normally what will happen is either you are going to be given a device by the organization, or you're going to bring your own device, BYOD. In both scenarios, and BYOD is actually more of a modern scenario, we need to be able to identify that device, have the appropriate level of compliance on that device, and ensure that the people that we've given an identity to are actually using a proper configured device with the right level of security. Okay, once the person has an identity and has a device, then next up, they are going to communicate. And if you move on the stack above, so you will see here, we start having all of the major defense for Defender for Office 365 and Cloud Apps. So what are we going to use on the device? We are either going to send mails, we are either going to use applications, and the device itself needs to be protected by an AV, so Defender for Endpoint. And the identity, of course, it's this is the advanced layer of Defender for Identity. So it's going to be monitoring the identity, trying to use those application and those different utilities that we've provided to our employees. So 3 stacks I've told you. We've given an identity, we've given a device, we've given applications and secured the device. What happens next? These people are actually going to create intellectual property. And then we come into actually protecting and classifying, so Word documents and Excels and emails that you're going to send with all kind of technologies for DLP and for encryption. So information protection is a major tool here. So like you can see, so we have this Zero Trust, which starts with protecting the baseline, so identity and devices, and then we have the defense against all kind of breach with the Microsoft defense, and then we have to protect all the information and the data that we are creating. So this can be elaborated in a much more detailed plan if you want to actually go ahead and implement the solution. So again, aka.ms/ms/Zero Trust, you will have the full detailed plan, and under each plan, what we are trying to protect. what we are trying to actually protect against, what we are trying to actually ensure that we are verifying. So trust nothing, verify everything. Each step of the way, whether it's identity, whether it's device, whether it's communication. So you will see there is a full strategy on there. So I hope this can help you guys better understand what we mean when we talk about zero trust now. So again, very simple concept. We have the identity, we have the device, we have the applications, and we have the data that we are going to provide to each and every one of our employees or partners. And at each step of the way, we need to ensure that we have an actual solution trying to verify or ensuring that the communication happening at that layer is actually secured and we've not left any stone unturned. Okay, so I'll move along. I see there is a message in. Can you be more on MS Defender? Why do we need to them separate for ID, for cloud? Okay, there is a question in the chat, and they want to be, what I understand from the question, they wanted to know actually why Microsoft Defender has multiple layers for the Defender suite of product. So we'll take 5 minutes because it is very important and it is outlined in the zero trust model. So the question basically is, why do we have all of these Defender suites and how do they cater for the protection of each of the pillars? So just hold on a second. I will open up another presentation. Okay, so in this presentation, so this is a presentation that we do with many of our clients, and it outlines basically the core concept of the modern architecture. So we've been only talking about this. So identity and access management, threat protection, cloud security, and information protection for our data, for our devices, for our identities, and the cloud apps that we are going to use. So this is why we actually need all of those 365 Defender suite. So it's called the 365 Defender family, and it has multiple layers. And each layer is actually designed towards protecting a core concept. So if we take identity, so all of the identity can be protected by Defender for Identity for whatever is on premise. So basically, Microsoft Defender for Identity is an agent that you deploy whether on the Active Directory or ADFS servers, and they will actually try to match patterns and look for patterns of exploit or of user behavior on the local infrastructure. Because remember, most of us still have our local ADs, and we've just synchronized our identities onto Azure AD. Now, when it comes onto Azure AD, I talked about all of the patterns that needs to be detected and matched for our users. So this will be done by Azure AD Identity Protection. And of course, whatever is mail driven, so all of the defense for Exchange Online protection, and so email basically is protected by these two layers. EOP is available in most of the plans. And of course, we have the advanced detection technique for Defender for Office 365. So this will protect all our mails. And of course, the endpoint itself is protected by Defender for Endpoint. And of course, we have all types of cloud apps. So this is conducted by Defender for Cloud Apps. So we have many different products, many different layers. What is happening today, which is very important for everyone to know, is that when you are purchasing a type of license from Microsoft, let's say you are a small organization, you're purchasing Microsoft Business Premium. So Microsoft knows that no single solution is going to protect you. This was very way back when we had the concept of just buying an AV, and that was enough to secure our infrastructure. An AV and a firewall was the typical things that we would find in the classic infrastructure. The modern infrastructure is much more complex, and we have to have different types of solution that is going to protect you at each layer. So what is happening again? So when you're buying, for example, a license for business premium, so Microsoft knows that you will need protection at each layer. So what happens is you will see you will have, for example, Defender for Business Premium to protect the endpoints. You will have Defender for Office 365 Plan 1, and you will have, for example, information protection. All of these solutions already in your subscription. So this is very important. So first job, or actually tip that I'm going to give you is that many people do not know that the subscription that they are buying from Microsoft, whether be it M365, E3, E5, or Business Premium suites, Microsoft normally already has these solutions as part of your subscription. So many people we've seen on the market have already purchased the solutions, and they are not aware that they have the solution. What they do is they go ahead and buy another third-party solution. And it's normally Microsoft charges a lot for these solutions because it's the best in the line. If I show you the Gartner charts here, you will see that Microsoft and CrowdStrike, as per Gartner, in 2021 and 2022 as well, it was the same thing, are actually one of the leaders. So they have, so what is happening is you're actually buying licenses with many of these solutions already inbuilt in your licenses, and you're not implementing them. So yeah, so you need to be aware of that. And what will happen is, I see another question which says, I have business standard. Normally, when you go up from business basic standard to premium, the additional cost that you're paying is actually for the actual protections. So the security solutions that you see here is actually what Microsoft uses to justify the additional $5-6 that are being outlined on the overall cost. And to help you with that, I will give you a very good website like that. You guys can actually just put in your license types. So it's called M365 Maps. Okay, so just go ahead and go into M365 Maps. So I will put that in the chat. And you can use this website to just go ahead and just pick up any of the solutions that you have. For example, we had a question about standard. And then I talked about business premium. So here, side by side, you can see the difference between standard and premium, and actually what you have in additional. So let's say if we take the standard license, so you see, so if you want a DLP, it's actually available in the premium license. So you know that when you're going to upgrade plans, you're going to reap the benefits of whatever is DLP. And then if you move along, you will see, for example, information protection. We talked about classifying data, the intellectual property that you're creating. So it's going to be in this plan. So again, I talked about Defender for Office 365 Plan 1, and you will see here it's already inbuilt in the license. So this is why there is the the price difference between a standard and a premium license. Most of the solutions that you are buying from Microsoft, the subscriptions that you are buying from Microsoft, the upgrading plan and the additional cost that you're paying is actually for the security solutions. Security is at the core of it. If we take normal features like Forms, Search, Teams, OneDrive, 1 terabyte, so you will see basically no difference. But again, we talk about retention labels and protecting data. Again, it's in the advanced plan. So very important. Just go ahead and have a look at this website, put in your solution, and then evaluate. The evaluation needs to happen based on the concept of security, which we've just talked about. So we talked about the zero trust model, and we know that we have to protect all of these areas. And then the next action would be just to see whatever you have in terms of licensing. If you already have them, then go ahead and implement them. Or if you don't have them, then evaluate the cost of upgrading. Because remember, when you are, if I will again take the example of standard and premium. If you determine that you need to move on to premium, you need to also be aware that you're going to save costs from, let's say you had a third-party solution to scan your mails. Let's say you had a third-party solution to protect your endpoint devices. Let's say you had another solution to protect data. So all of these three core concepts and core data that you actually need to protect the modern infrastructure and the modern environment as part of the zero trust strategy. So you have all of them in the premium license, which means that you get a product which is leader in the world, you get the best in line, and you're actually saving costs from deprecating those third-party solutions. Because there is one additional, let's say, main criteria or main advantage that I haven't showed you guys yet, which is that you see this layer here, shared signal. And as you will do the SC series, so SC900, SC200, and all of the other series, you will learn that Microsoft, for the Defender 365 and all of these products, they have only one dashboard. All of the signals are being sent onto a single dashboard, and all of these solutions are actually sharing information between them, which means that your capability to protect, again, complex events are much higher than normal. Okay, so I see that we have a hand raised. It's Ola Tunberson. Please go ahead if you have a question.
Yes, sorry, quick one. Sorry to take the class back. I was having network issues, but so there was a link you sent earlier. I missed it. I didn't get the link. The one that has preparation or something.
Okay, so Microsoft Learn. So it would be this one. I will share the link with you. Okay, this is
All right, thank you.
one. No worries. So this is Microsoft Learn.
Yes, this
So
one. Thank you.
learn.microsoft.com. So everybody, you can follow this actual coursework, which is free available with Microsoft on learn.microsoft.com. And for all those that just joined us or wasn't with us, so all of the books now from Microsoft is available freely from learn.microsoft.com. Each of the topics that you're going to learn about, you will get experience points, which is going to be assigned to you your actual ID. So you create an account, and these points, IDs, you can have them in a transcript, which can be helpful in your career with many different Microsoft solutions. So we've talked a lot about the zero trust models, and we are going to talk a lot about it in the coming slides and in the coming modules. Like I said, it's at the base of everything, and we are in the coming modules going to be much more precise about the solutions. I will show you an actual dashboard, how it looks like full-fledged when working, when actually trying to identify what is happening in your environment. So this will be this afternoon when we are going to go at look at the security solutions itself. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. How are, before that, we have a question. How are our email protected in the meeting? I see someone requested to share for the study path, but everyone's emails are. So you're talking about the, I believe, the actual.
Sorry, ignore that. Ignore that. That's been taken care of. That's the same request I made. Thank you.
Ah, okay, no worries. Okay, so other concepts, again, here we are not going in the actual solutions, but we are just talking about simple concept of encryption. So we all know that we have two main types of encryption. So shared key, where the actual key is the same, and the data is actually encrypted at source, and at the destination. To unlock the data, you need to have possession of the shared key. And of course, asymmetric, where a certain data or certain information is protected and encrypted with a private key. And then the public key is used to actually decrypt the data. So symmetric and asymmetric concepts. So these are the concepts, and we have, of course, many different solutions that are going to use these concepts with Microsoft to just go ahead and encrypt data at rest. So data which are on the data centers or your devices. So that would be, for example, BitLocker, just to encrypt the drives and things like that. So data in transit. So we will see concepts of information protection later on, where we are actually going to encrypt data and send data in transit. So the data will travel with the actual encryption, whether it's email, whether it's files. So the data, wherever it resides in the world, it will go with a required level of encryption. And data in use, so this would be directly on your device. So things like Defender, exploit protection when you're opening application and it's open, it's in the CPU or RAM. So we have many types of encryption protection data there. One very important one here is, for example, the credentials that you have on your devices. So for example, the username and password that you input in your device is normally stored in what we call the LSA. And if you have specialized software like Mimikatz, I can just go ahead and go on a device and just try to retrieve whether the hash value or the password in clear text of the user itself. But to eliminate this risk, what we've done is we've coupled Windows devices with the Hyper-V technology and the container technology, and created what we call credential guard. So with credential guard, what happens is the actual password is not stored on your device. It is actually encrypted and kept in a container. And if we try to read the actual passwords from the device itself, we cannot have direct access to it because it's encrypted and stored in a container instead of the device itself. So I did a small video on that just to showcase what credential guard and the encryption of data looks like with Microsoft. Just give me a moment. Let me look for the video and then
So we've been discussing some.
Okay, so we'll actually look at a small demo of how encryption of the password takes place on a Windows device using Credential Guard. And
of the underpinnings of the work that we've been doing to make Windows 10 the most secure desktop operating system you can be using. And I want to show you hands-on what this looks like and how this comes together. So I'm going to bring up a virtual machine, and I'm just going to log in using the same credentials that I'm actually logged into the physical computer with. So just get this set up. So if we have a look here, what I've got is on the left, I've got my host. On the right, I've got my virtual machine. These are both logged in with my account, Ben, on the same domain, both running the same version of Windows 10. The only difference between these two is if I look at system info on the host, you're going to see that I have Credential Guard enabled. So I have hypervisor-based security protecting my credentials. Whereas if I look inside the virtual machine, you'll see I don't have Credential Guard enabled.
okay, so two different machines, both of them Windows 10, it's the same for Windows 11 and it's the same for several operating systems. So the Credential Guard actually exists on all of the different OS, and it's part of the deployment plan for Zero Trust. And you will see that they are going to launch a Mimikatz attack. Normally, what happens is the device where there is no Credential Guard, you will actually be able to retrieve the hash files of whether they are domain administrators or local admin and things like that. And this is actually the first step about breaching a device. So here you will see virtualization-based security, Credential Guard, and you will see the difference between both devices. Okay, Omen, we'll finish this video and take your question.
So just plain standard, the story we've always had. So let's get rid of that. And now what I'm going to do is I've got a security tool here, Mimikatz, and you'll notice that I'm opening it up as administrator in both environments. And not only that, let me grab my directions so I don't make typing mistakes. Bring that back up. I'm going to grant this process debug privilege. So this is pretty much a worst case scenario. I've just launched a process as administrator and it has debug access. So this is now a process that can access any portion of memory and do pretty much whatever it wants to the system. And let's see what we can do. So this command is going to kind of hijack the Windows LSA module and try and find my credentials. So let's see how it went. Remembering, system on the left with nice little green background, we have Credential Guard. System on the right with the red background does not. So scroll down, we've given ourselves debug privilege. We've got logon.
Yeah, so like I said, so a device without Credential Guard, so you see here the credentials are actually encrypted. And here you will have all the NTLM, the SHA hash files. So here I can just do a post the hash attack straight up from the Mimikatz tool itself, and I can just open a CMD with the credentials of the local admin or even domain admins. If ever you've used a domain admin or an enterprise admin account to log on to someone's device or perform an administrative task there with that credential. So if you don't have Credential Guard, you've not enabled it. So what will happen is normally it will store the password somewhere around in the device. And with the technology of containers and Hyper-V, what happens here is the credential is not stored directly on the device, it's stored encrypted on a different container.
First thing we see is the credentials for my interactive session. Now, if we have a look at the system with @credential guard, you can see, hey, look, here's my NTLM, here's my SHA-1, here are my credential hashes. And this is exactly the information that a malicious program can now use. It can replay these credential hashes to, establish sessions under my user context on remote servers and start getting access to resources that only I'm supposed to have access to. But if you look over here on the credential guard side, you'll see that instead of getting the NTLM hash, we've got this unknown key. And this is actually the data about how we talk to the secure partition that's running the LSA. It's not, it doesn't contain my keys in any way, shape, or form. It is just the, hey, if you wanted to talk to the LSA and it trusted you from its secure partition, here's what you have to tell it to get it to authorize you. So there's nothing that a malicious program can do with this. If we scroll further down, there's my credentials again. Here's an interesting one. So this is the machine account. So we found the machine account for this machine. There's its hash again. But even worse than that, if you look, there's the Kerberos password for the machine account. Nice.
Yeah, so even the Kerberos password, so you all know devices joined to the domain, the device authenticates itself first automatically with your local domain and generates a Kerberos password along with that password. So you use that to get access to the network, to get access to resources. And like you can see, without this kind of protection, you will be exposed, you will have a level of breach in your network. So I will share this video with you. Of course, there's a lot more to learn about it. But if we come back to the concepts that we were discussing, so there you go, why encryption at different layers is important. So we'll still be looking at different types of encryption. Right now, what I showed you was an encryption at the device level for something stored on a device, but we told you that we have other solutions like information protection, like BitLocker, to encrypt data that, for example, travels or is at rest. So this was a little bit about encryption. Next up, we have hashing. Hashing is a little bit, you can say, like encryption. We have an original text. Then we have an algorithm. We take the original text, we apply the algorithm, we have something that only the identifier can, let's say, decrypt, but they will have to have specialized knowledge on the hashing algorithm used. And this is highly used if you have an Azure AD Connect, and we all know that the synchronization that happens between your on-prem environment, so your on-prem local Active Directory, towards the Azure AD. We have many different architectures. One of them is password hash synchronization. So what happens is we take the password stored in your local AD, we apply a hashing algorithm on it, and then it's the hash that is actually synchronized onto Azure AD. And whenever your users are actually trying to log in, Azure AD is able to decrypt and allow access to the user. It's able to know that this password corresponds to this user, or whatever the user is trying to log in, he will know that the user and the password are actually matching. Now, to add a layer of complexity onto the hashing algorithm, what they also add in this concept of hashing is what we call like a salt. like in your food, you add a little bit of salt, and then some people like their food really salty. Some people like their food less salty. So it doesn't taste the same. So the concept and the name is actually the same. So what we are trying to do is, let's take a particular dish, let's say fried chicken or something like that. And normally, if you prepare it the same way, we will know how to prepare it. But maybe if you add a salt to it, then the actual taste is different. So this is actually similar here in the hashing algorithm. What happens is at the end of the algorithm, we add a random number, which is called a salt value. And then if someone is trying to brute force and trying to decrypt the password and trying to find a flaw in the hashing algorithm, maybe he will be able to find what hashing algorithm was used. But to find the salt that was added, it is virtually impossible. So it's very difficult to actually breach passwords, even if they have been hashed instead of fully encrypted. Okay. Let's go ahead on to the next slide, which is now a little bit about compliance concepts. So we have many different concepts here. The first up is data residency. So data residency, where is actually my data being stored? Which data center? So the regulations that govern, that comes with the location is very important. For example, if you're putting your actual data in a data center in Europe, you will want to know what kind of compliance are actually being applied on the data center, whether it's GDPR already. For us, we have many different types of compliance for the African regions. And we want that wherever we are putting our data, the actual regulations that control that environment matches what we need. Okay, so data residency is very important. So let's say if you want to be aligned with GDPR concepts and you're putting your data in a data center in India, you just need to make sure that the data center is GDPR compliant and ISO 27001 compliant and things like that. So we have a specific website for compliance that is available. Let me just share that. And you will see all of the different compliance that Microsoft is actually abiding to. Okay, so it's again as part of the learn. I will add it in the comment section. Then I will share it on the screen. So again, you have many kinds of standards that we need or we want to regulate our information on. And here again, we need to be just aware that, for example, for our region, what are the different kinds of compliance that we want to abide to, and whether the data center or the service that we are purchasing with our provider is actually compliant with those code of conduct, with those compliance standards. So if we take, for example, GDPR and the code of conduct for EU, so all of the applicability, the scope, the audit reports, even the assessments from third party. So these are also available in the website. So you will see all kinds of compliance offering. Some are global, some are regional based. So for our region, it's actually here. So we'll have all kinds of compliance that we want to actually abide to. So again, the concept is simple here. You will want to have a look at this documentation and sit down with the audit department of your company and just ensure that whatever compliance that they want to abide to, you are going to follow up on whether the actual infrastructure follows it. You have the standards that are there in place in the data centers, you have the offerings, and you have the actual solutions to actually go ahead and abide by those regulations. So again, so data residency and compliance offerings, all of these are very important. So data, particularly personal data, is subject to laws and regulation of your country. And when you're not storing the data, so for example, I am in Mauritius, I'm storing my data in the data center, which is available in South Africa. So I need to be aware of the regulations in place in the data center in South Africa. And of course, I need to align it with whatever laws I have in place in my country and ensure that we are actually reaching like a general consensus that the data is actually being protected with the actual level of importance that it should be protected with. Okay, and of course, data privacy, and here again, we all know about the GDPR law, how it was implemented. It was just because some of the personal data of actual customers were being disclosed, and then GDPR came in and said that for all European customers or residents, we are implementing certain types of laws. You need to be compliant. And if ever you breach that law, or our personal data is being exposed somewhere or collected or processed in a certain way that we are not aware of, so the company is actually liable in the case of court to actually go ahead and reimburse the person whose data has been exposed. So again, here, there's no set rules. The concept that we want to outline is that you need to be aware of the laws in your country. You need to be aware of the location where you're putting your data, and you need to ensure that the actual privacy of your data is actually being respected wherever you are going to put the data in. Okay, let's move along. Okay. Okay, second concept for the day. So we've looked at the basic concepts of protection, and now we are going to look at whatever is identity concepts with Microsoft. And here we have many different important concepts that we are going to outline. For example, we want to understand the difference between authentication and authorization, the concept of identity and the security perimeter that it encompasses, and the identity-related services, mainly Microsoft-based. Okay, so small but very important concepts. Again, here we talk about two different things. Authentication is actually the process of proving that a person is who they say they are. If I say I'm Kisun Shashi and I'm logging in to my tenant with those credentials, I need to have a mechanism in place to ensuring that I'm actually that person. So here again, we'll have concepts like multi-factor authentication or two-factor authentications, whether it's FIDO or things like that, to ensuring that the person who claims to be someone is actually that person. Now, we've identified who I am, and I've been granted access to the tenant, but it's a very vast area of operation. So we still need to determine the appropriate level of access that I need to. When you enter a building, let's say you enter a bank, you cannot just work and go into the counter or in the manager's office. You have a certain perimeter or of operation or of access. So let's say if I go into the bank and I have an access card, maybe I can go into the office area. If I have a different access card, maybe I can go in the suite where all the money is. Okay, so again, here it's the same concept. So authentication, first of all, we need to identify who that person is, and we need to give the right level of permission with the concept of least privilege inside. So for authentication, let's say we have multi-factor authentication, and for authorization, we will have many different concepts like role-based access control and different types of grouping or actual different perimeters of operation. So in Asia AD, if we talk about mainly Asia AD, we have granular level of controls that we can provide to different people. So we just need to design the access, and then we just need to apply the access onto the actual person. So even if they are granted access onto my tenant, they actually have a limited perimeter or an identified perimeter of operation. Okay, and if we take these concepts and we go even deeper, so it's actually being able to identify the user, and then someone or something can be verified and authenticated and may be associated with. So once I'm identified to have a user, I have applications that I get access to. I have actual devices which I can connect to, servers or devices if you have remote desktop environments or VDI environments. So which VDI environment can I connect to, which devices I can connect to, etc., etc. And then there are the 4 pillars of identity infrastructure. So one of them would be administration. So when I tell you about configuring the access, actually applying the access, creating the accounts, creating the groups. So all of that comes under administration. Okay, so we need to be able to create the right level of configurations for our users. Then there is the authentication mechanism, which we've just talked about. Once you're authenticated and we know who you are, we will authorize access to different perimeters of operation. And of course, the last but not least, we need to be able to track what you've been doing when you were given an access to our tenant. So this is auditing. So again, identity, the connection perimeter, whether it's on-premise apps, devices, which user account, or even if it's partners or guest users connecting onto your Asia AD and connecting onto your apps, we need to be able to create them. We need to be able to actually identify them and grant them access only where they need access to with a least privilege concept. And of course, even if we've given them least privilege, we need to be still be monitoring them and auditing them and knowing where they are actually going. Okay, let me check if you have a question. No. Okay, let's move along. Okay. Now, classically, you all know that you have an Active Directory or an identity provider, and then you have a username and a password. Okay, but we've told you that these concepts have been changed now. The modern authenticator or the modern identity provider is someone that tries to authenticate, authorize you in a very public environment. And the identity provider itself can have you connect to many different kinds of applications seamlessly, mainly cloud-based applications. Azure Active Directory is an example of a identity provider. Okay, but what changes between the classic authentication and the modern authentication, let me just play a short video for you guys, and we'll learn from directly Microsoft engineers what it means to use the modern authentication. So this one was for Zero Trust. Let me close that. And here we are actually going to learn what modern authentication and identity providers are.
Hi, my name is Stuart Kwan, and I'm a program manager on the Azure Active Directory team. And in this video, we're going to look at some of the basic concepts of modern authentication. Now, before modern authentication existed, you would have a client and a server, and usually what would happen is a user who is using the client would do something like present a name and password to the server. And this was cumbersome because if there were many servers, the user would have to present their name and password to many servers. Many servers would need to know the name and password. Often you would end up with multiple names and different names and passwords across all these different servers. So with modern authentication, we introduce a new player in the setup, a thing called an identity provider. And what we're trying to do changes. We're no longer going to send a name and password to the server. Instead, the client is going to go and get a thing called a security token from the identity provider. And the way that it does that might be by, say, presenting a name and password to the identity provider. It might be by using a smart card. It might be by using an authenticator app on a phone. It doesn't matter. However, there is a contract between the client and the identity provider. We can get this thing called a security token from the identity provider, and then the client presents that security token to the server. The server is then able to take that security token and validate that it's a legitimate security token because the server has a trust relationship with the identity provider. And that trust relationship says that this server can either, say, send the token to the identity provider to get it validated, or simply knowledge of the identity provider's signing key is enough to check the cryptographic signature on the token. So actually, what is a token? A token is a signed document, a cryptographically signed document. And it contains these things about the person using the client that are called claims. And claims are simply information about that identity that's calling the server. And it doesn't actually have to be a person. It could be a device. It could be a software process. Any of these things are an identity that might be acting at the server. So claims are just attribute value pairs that are information about the identity that's using the service. There are actually a couple of claims that you're going to find really commonly in many of these interactions. One of these claims is called the subject. And the subject is usually an immutable, non-reusable identifier that identifies that identity of the caller who's using the client to call the server. And I say it's immutable and non-reusable because something like my name could change over time, whereas my identity hasn't changed despite the fact that my name has changed. So the subject is that rename safe variant that refers to me. Another claim that's really interesting, or set of claims, are things like the issued at claim, which talks about when the token was issued, or the expiration, which says when the token is no longer valid. There's one more claim that is found in most tokens that's really important to understand, and it's a thing called the audience. The audience claim tells this server that this token is for it and not some other server. Like, let's say this is server 1, but there's also a server 2, server 3, server n in the environment. If there was no audience in the token, and I received a token about some subject at server 1, what stops me from simply forwarding that token to some other server and pretending to be whoever that identity was at the client? The audience claim prevents that from happening, because if I ever receive a token and the audience isn't written to me, then I know to just throw the token on the floor.
So I pause it, the video is almost over. So you've understood what is happening here. Before we had the client and the servers, and we just presented ourselves with a name and a password. And if we had multiple servers, multiple clients, so we had to have an identity provider to have all of these name and password trusted, created, managed, etc., etc. And of course, it is on the local LAN, and it is a closed infrastructure. With the modern architecture, we've added the identity provider, and what happens is, instead of using the name and the password, we are going to use token and claim-based approach. So OAuth and SAML, all of these are claim-based approach. And then even if we are using claim-based approach and tokens, we are able to, with a high degree of accuracy, know who the person is, when the token was issued, when it's going to expire, and of course, the audience who actually is trying to access the server and provide them access wherever they need. So this was actually revolutionary because it opened the door to just have your token, have your identity provider, and just trying to present your token everywhere in the cloud. So any kind of SaaS application that can just go ahead and create that trust with your identity provider. And at the start, I told you, Azure AD has been designed for multi-tenancy, which means that the identity nowadays that we provide our users with the authentication protocol and mechanism in place allows them to actually freely connect to different SaaS applications, and we can use the same claim and present it almost everywhere and have us identified as a user of X company or Y company. So this was basically how the modern authentication is actually operating.
These are some of the basic concepts in modern authentication. Actual concrete usage, depending on what kind of client and what kind of server we're using, we're going to see different exact protocol flows that we'll look at in subsequent videos. But for now, that's been a quick look at the concepts of modern authentication.
Okay, I will add this video as well in the chat. You guys can review it multiple times. I know the concepts are hard to grasp. Okay, but basically, this is what we were talking about. So the modern architecture, so that we have an identity provider. So what will the identity provider do? Provide you a mechanism to be able to authenticate, authorize, and audit services. And then with advanced protection techniques, we can monitor user behavior as well. Fundamental capabilities of the modern authentication is to be able to perform single sign-on. Once you have your token, once you're in possession of your token, you can take that token, present it to any of the cloud application, and they will be able to identify you as the user you claim to be. And of course, Azure Active Directory is Microsoft's offering for an identity provider. Okay, next up is the concept of directory services and Active Directory. It is still here, it is still highly used. We are not yet set to go fully cloud-based, but I am aware of many different companies, whether it's in Mauritius or Europe or other of our clients, which are fully cloud-based. So they do not have an actual Active Directory server in their local infrastructure or in their data center. So again, Active Directory domain services was, if I'm not mistaken, the most or the best product that Microsoft could have created. Very stable and provided an identity solution for many different on-prem infrastructures. Here itself in African region, most of our clients and most of the clients that are using an organizational infrastructure are based on Active Directory domain services as the identity provider. What it basically do is just to provide you with a database of identities and be able to actually on your local network, be able to identify your users, authenticate them, and provide them the right level of access to the resources within your perimeter network. Okay, and then Azure Active Directory is actually the evolution, as we saw, the identity provider that is going to emulate same directory service, but highly cloud-based, which we call identity as a service, so IDaaS. We have many different IDaaS nowadays. AWS has their own, Google actually has their own, but the concepts are similar. So here, the database is managed within a set environment. We have our domain controllers with our NTDS, the DIT database, and they're actually being replicated on multiple different domain controllers. Here, we don't have servers. We just have a platform and access, and our identity provides us access to be able to, again, authenticate, authorize, and audit our actions on many different cloud apps or wherever we are trying to signing in and we are trying to get access to. Okay, and of course, before we had what we call the ADFS server for on-prem infrastructure. Many of you guys, which are actually Microsoft based and you are in Microsoft environment, would know that Active Directory had capabilities to actually provide you access with username and password. And if ever you had to have much more than username and password, so claim-based or two-factor authentication on your local Active Directory, then or your local infrastructure rather, you would deploy an ADFS server and deploy an architecture for the ADFS server. But it was highly complex, and in the modern infrastructure, so this federation and trusting of other resources has been highly simplified. So as you can see here, let's say we have a user and the user is on my Azure Active Directory as an identity provider. And this is my perimeter of work. And then have a different client created a website, and then they have a different identity provider. So what could happen is the different identity providers, since like we said at the very start, Azure AD has been created for multi-tenancy, we'll be able to easily trust the other tenant. And once this happens, we can actually have a user in domain B actually access with the same credential a website in domain A. Okay, so this is what was being explained before. Once we are able to create this token, we are able to present ourselves with this token. The identity providers, the federation part is basically seamless nowadays with a modern architecture, and we are able to easily join or leave different domains and organizations and actually trust each other with the actual level of security that is required for the modern infrastructure. Okay, so that was basically it for this module. So again, we've just talked about concepts. We haven't went deep in the solution that are being provided by Microsoft. Now, in the coming modules, we are going to go deeper and deeper in the actual solutions and seeing what they do and how they cater for example, the CIA triad, how we do the authorization, how we do the authentication, where do we see auditing logs, where do we see risk ratio, so many more to come. So this was module 1, and this was the end of module 1. Let's take a few questions if you guys have on this module. Else, we'll take a 15-minute break and come back for module number 2. Okay, I don't see any questions, so I believe should be fine for everyone. So let's take a 15-minute break, guys, and we'll come back in 15 minutes and start the module number 2. Okay, we have a few questions in the chat room. We'll take them shortly after the break. Okay, let's resume the session, guys. So I was chatting with a few of you guys. I see a lot of you asking for the slides. Actually, the slides are directly from Microsoft, and we are actually certified Microsoft training partners, so MCTs. And normally the slides are not to be shared. The recording will be shared, but the slides do not have the required level of information for you guys to properly learn, because there are no description of the concepts that Microsoft wants you to learn. And this is why I've added the learning path, the browse that so the learn.microsoft.com. And if you come to the SC900, and we've done the first module, and you will see that everything that I presented to you on the slides, so starting with the 4 concepts: shared responsibility, zero trust model, encryption, hashing, etc. You will see if you put on continue, you will have the same concepts, but with a lot more details. So here you will have a little section that will explain each of the concepts that Microsoft wants you to learn. So you must have seen this slide in our first module. And if you continue, you go on to next, you will see again physical identity, perimeter, network, etc., the different networks, the CIA triad. So everything that I have been showcasing to you guys now is actually available here on learn.microsoft.com, but with a lot more details. And it's the actual information or the actual screenshots that you see on the slides. So the official course material, we are not allowed to provide you from Microsoft. But here, like I said, you will have the actual course material with a lot more details and with a proper explanation of the different concepts. So again, the zero trust model. So you will see the methodologies, the videos that I showed you, etc. Everything is here with a lot more details. Okay, so we'll move on to the second module now. And now we are starting to go a little bit deeper in the different concepts, different actual solutions. And in module number 2, we are going to describe you the capabilities of the modern identity provider, which is Azure Active Directory as part of Microsoft Entra. Okay, so Microsoft Entra for French-speaking people. So you will all know if you're already using Microsoft solutions that the dashboard has changed and there is a rebranding in process. And whatever was called Azure Active Directory is now being rebranded as Entra or Entra Active Directory. But the solution is the same. It's just a name change. And here we are going to explore the concepts of services, identity types in Azure AD. We are going to look at authentication capabilities of Azure AD. Again, access management. So we've talked about authorization. And of course, after authorization, we will provide the right level of access. We will also be able to ensure that the logs are being monitored and the identity are actually being governed by certain policies. So all of these concepts now we are going to look at, of course, the explanation and as well on an actual environment, what does it look like? So first up, Azure Active Directory and what it encompasses. So like you all know, there is a rebranding in process, and now it's going to be called Microsoft Entra, and Azure Active Directory is an identity provider for Microsoft, which is cloud-based, so IDaaS, so Identity as a Service, which means that you don't have to install a server, you don't have to install AV or things like that. You just have to buy a subscription and you will be granted a SaaS access to your services. What will it allow you to do is to be able to, whether you are synchronizing or creating your cloud identities, so create identities and have those identities operate in the cloud environment or modern environment. Okay, provide single identity system for the cloud and as well on-premise application or infrastructure. Like I said, we have 3 main types of identity. So the first one, let's say you have Azure AD and you create an account directly onto Azure AD. This is called a cloud identity. If you had an on-prem identity and you've synchronized it via the AD Connect tool, this would be a synchronized identity. And of course, we have guest users that you can invite on to your tenant, and they also will be able to use the services of your tenant or your Azure AD. Okay, once the identities are there in Azure AD, they open the doors to be able to connect to all kinds of public cloud application, business partner application, devices, Intune, manage other types of third-party devices or MDM services. All of these capabilities, and again, based on the modern authentication mechanism, so OAuth, SAML, these are the modern protocols for authentication in the public cloud. So you will be able to reap the benefits of those solutions. Okay, and of course, the identities would be for user accounts. We all know about it. So synchronize, was it synchronized from your local AD or directly created in the cloud? Your devices as well. You can have your device, even your servers join to your Azure AD. And of course, once the devices are joined to your Azure AD, you can have Defender for Endpoint deployed to them, or you can have them managed by Microsoft Intune or Endpoint Manager in the cloud. Similarly, for your enterprise application, you can create identities for enterprise apps, what we call them. And of course, here you will be able to manage this application with the required level of so authorization, authentication, and access that you want to give to this application. So of course, it's simpler for us to look at it directly on a tenant. So now I will show you a demo tenant and we'll have a look at what it looks like. Okay, just a moment. Okay. First up, portal.azure.com. So this is the home of Microsoft Azure. So many of you who already have a tenant will know this interface. I'll zoom out a little bit. Okay, and as part of this tenant for the Microsoft Azure services, you also have Azure Active Directory. So, okay, this was a classical way that we used to connect to Azure Active Directory. And it will bring you to a familiar menu. So this is a Azure Active Directory. And here you will see that I have section for users, group, external identities, everything that we call permissions, role-based access control, etc., etc. Application, enterprise application, we can define this application. Okay. Again, we have many concepts for identity governance and for AD Connect services. But here again, this is a classical menu. Now, like I told you shortly, all of these services will be migrated to what we call entra.microsoft.com. Let me just open it up again for you guys so that you can see the experience. So again, entra.microsoft.com, and you will be able to connect to the new home of Azure Active Directory, so the identity provider, modern identity provider of Microsoft. So again, similar things, but just the menu has changed a little bit. Again, I'll zoom out. So again, the identity section with our users, with our groups, devices. So it's similar to the whole environment. And of course, Entra will be the one that we will use in the future. So I'm sorry, this will be the main menu that we will use for the future. Now here again, if we click on, let's say, users, so all of my users are listed here. And these users are able to use the modern authentication type. So you will see here, we have many types of users. Some are members of my organization, some are guest users, okay, users that we've invited onto our organization. And I told you, some of those users are coming directly from my on-prem environment. So I have an Active Directory, the local AD, and I have an AD Connect synchronizing my users. So you will see these users on-prem sync is yes. So this means that this user has been synchronized onto Azure AD and not directly on Azure AD. So again, identity. So we have external Azure AD accounts. For example, these are guest users, which also have as identity provider a Microsoft account or an external Azure AD account. And we've already trusted each other and things like that. So we have many types of identities. those created completely in the cloud, those synchronized, those coming in as part of invitation to our tenant. But bottom line is that we are able to now operate in a multi-tenancy environment, though this tenant is ours, though we have a fixed set of users, but we still need to operate, we still need to communicate and share resources with many different external users, which means that we can use these services to actually go ahead and connect to different environment or authenticate different users onto our tenant. Okay, this was something that was very hard to do in classic environments. We absolutely had to build trust between two AD for us and then be able to share resources. And of course, now with the modern infrastructure, all of these are changed. Also, we have a section for our devices. So our devices are joined to our tenant Azure AD. So I have devices which are join type. You will see Azure AD join. So let me filter this out and I will show you only devices which are either hybrid Azure AD join. So hybrid Azure AD join means that these devices are joined in my local Active Directory and they've been synchronized. They also have joined the Azure domain. And once we are able to establish this first step, what we can do is actually have them migrated to the MDM of Microsoft, which is Intune and also called as the Microsoft Endpoint Manager, so endpoint.microsoft.com. So you will see all of my devices which I have added to my organization here, whether it's Azure AD Join or hybrid Azure AD Join. Hybrid, you already know that it's part of my local AD as well. So I will have them directly onto my organization here. And I can see all of my devices. I can deploy policies. I can deploy many types of, I can perform many types of action, actually controls the device, provide resources, provide application, control access, etc., etc. All of these can be done just because I'm using the identity provider in the cloud. Of course, we talked about encryption. So BitLocker keys have devices which are encrypted, and we send the BitLocker keys directly onto my Azure AD. So we have all of our devices and encrypted devices. The key can be stored in the cloud. We also have the concept of LAPS. LAPS is local administrator password management, and what happens is normally in large organization, what you would do is you will have a local admin, and the local admin would have a simple password or single password for all of the devices. But with Intune and Labs, what we can do is we can randomize the password of each and every device, so local administrators on each and every device, and have the password stored in Azure AD. So many different concepts, many different applications, many different kinds of protection, I told you. So again, I will move on to enterprise applications. So you will see I have many different applications that are available, and I can go ahead and already here just allow certain users. We talked about identifying the user first and then assigning the users certain perimeter of operations. So here I can just go ahead and say that Zoho and Teams, only these people or these groups of people are allowed to use these applications. And like that, we can control what we call enterprise apps or modern apps from Azure AD. This has multiple applications as well. Some of you might have heard about application proxy. So if you have an internal website or internal local application, you can go ahead and download application proxy, deploy that onto your server, and then have access granted to this local application via Azure AD. So publish your application, your enterprise app onto the Azure AD, and then have the right level of protection as well. Because here, I can just, like you just saw, I can define who has access to which application. And of course, I can also control and view who is accessing the application based on logs, based on user settings, on conditional access, on sign-in logs. So I can monitor all of this from the Cloud Tenant. And this brings us to conditional access. So we'll look in much more details about conditional access in the coming slides. So just know that for now, let's summarize and we'll move on to the next slide so that it's not really cumbersome for you guys. So in the identity section, to start with, we've told you we have identities that can be created in the cloud, that can be synchronized from your local AD, or that can be invited from different other identity providers, just with a basic concept of sharing or accessing resources of your tenant or accessing their resources much more easily. Now, this is for users, for groups, for devices, and for enterprise applications, whether it's on the cloud or on-prem that you want to deploy there. We will later on look at identity governance, access reviews, how you can create bundles of access, predefined or packages for users, and then just assign users and have like a lifecycle management from the user joining your organization to leaving your organization. We can just create different packages and assign those packages onto those users. And then we ensure that, of course, if there is any divergence, we will be able to have reports and see what access package is being utilized by which set of users. Okay, for now, we'll stop here for the demo of this Azure AD section, and then we'll come back to the slides. Don't worry, we have many more back and forth that we are going to do with the Azure AD and other components in the Azure AD. But for now, we just wanted to show you that there are multiple types of users. Okay, now you just saw in the tenant when I showed you there were some types of users which were classified as external users. Let me just put it on to the. Let me just show you this again, and then we'll move on to the slide. So you will see here external AD user and Microsoft account external AD user. So this basically means that there is a federation in place. We talked about how easily Azure AD and the modern identity provider can federate with different organizations just to provide access. So here we look in much more details, what we call B2B or B2C. So business to business collaboration with, let's say, for example, here, someone which has an identity with Google or with Facebook as their identity provider. They can just integrate with our Azure AD and be provided access onto our tenant with their identity. Again, so it can be business to business. So let's say FRCI and another business, Action Group, for example, is one of our clients, or B2C, so Facebook and people providing their Gmail accounts, which we are inviting onto our tenant just to consume apps or consume information or share information. So all of these are available, and they are basically just inviting people onto our tenants just so that we are able to collaborate with them. And We don't have to create a new identity for them. We don't have to provide them a new identity and have them log onto an identity that we've provided on our tenant. So they can just present their token. And if our modern identity providers are federated, we will be able to communicate with each other seamlessly without any problem. Okay, now let's talk about hybrid identity. I just showed you users on my tenant which were local users which have been synchronized via what we call the AD Connect tool onto Azure AD. So basically what happens is we have our directory service on ADDS, so Active Directory Domain Services, the classic identity. And what we are doing is we are putting a tool in the environment, in the local environment. And from there on, we are trying to feed in the appropriate attributes and create a hybrid account onto Azure AD. This account here on the local Active Directory is binded by protocols of authentication like Kerberos, NTLM, LDAP. Once we create the hybrid identity or synchronize the hybrid identity onto the cloud tenant, and here I want to also point out, and very importantly, point out that these identities have a completely different sets of scope of operation. Many people think that if ever I've synchronized my local account onto my Azure AD, then the perimeter of operation is just my on-premise environment and let's say Office 365. But this is very untrue. And this is why I don't like to use the word synchronize. I rather use the word conversion. So why? Because once we've created this identity here onto our Azure AD, these people know that they have an email address and a password, and they can use this to log in. What they don't know is that when an application in the cloud is requesting you to provide an email address, in the modern world, it's actually asking you for a modern authentication provider. And this can be very dangerous. Why? I will show you on a tenant why it can be very dangerous. So here again, I'm on my tenant, and you will see all of my users, my synchronized identities. And of course, we as Microsoft partners, so let me just remove that. We have access to many different types of security solutions, so the Defender family. And as part of the Defender family, so let me just minimize a little bit. So this is the home of Microsoft Defender. So you remember I showed you 5 different products which all work together. So here I have my asset, I have my endpoints, I have my email protections. I will leave the Cloud App open because this is what I want to show you and what I want you guys to understand. When we talked about synchronized identity onto Azure AD, this is a very important tip I want to give you guys. Think of it as a conversion of the identity that you had previously into a new identity, because the perimeter of operation of Azure AD is actually massive. And if you don't control it, you can have all kind of breaches. What I mean by that is what Microsoft Defender for Cloud Apps can showcase. So if I click on Cloud Discovery, so you will see from my organization and from the identities that I've provided to all of my users, or which I have converted for all of my users, now they can operate on a new whole level, the whole of the internet. And you will see here, when we talk about identity, we talk about email address and password. So many people do not realize that when we do this conversion or this synchronization, the area of operation is no longer the perimeter network or the local network. We are open to the cloud. Here, for example, you will see all of the different places where my identities now converted are operating on different apps. People have taken my identity from my organization and use this onto Facebook, onto Netflix, onto different kind of applications. I need to be aware of where my identities are traveling or working, because all of these different applications are actually connecting to my Azure AD for authentication. So they are making API calls against my Azure AD. And it can be very dangerous for your organization, because now let's click on to the cloud app section. So here I will tell you, for example, a popular app that people use is, for example, Zoom. Let's say I've converted my identity, so I've synchronized my local users to my Azure AD. And one of my users, instead of using Teams or because of some requirements, has to use Zoom as a communication media to connect with another third-party client or someone who is trying to make a meeting onto Zoom. What happens is I need to be aware of what Zoom has to offer in terms of security. So let me just zoom in a little bit, because this is important in terms of compliance and security perspective both. So you will see I have many different information about the company Zoom and the cloud app Zoom. Okay, so here, when it was established, what kind of security levels they have. Do they have audit trails for users, for admins? Do they have data classification? We talked about being able to classify data. Okay, then we talked about data governance. Are they following the standards that we as a company wants to follow? Do they have what is required to protect in the modern environment? And you will see different scoring and different systems here. And I will be able to determine whether the newly provided identity to my users are being utilized in the correct manner. If ever they are using, remember this very well, if ever you've provided this Azure AD accounts to your users and you don't have a solution like Cloud App, you will not be able to know how many different applications are actually connecting or federating with your Azure AD and using the Azure AD as an identity provider. Okay, so like I said, we've converted the user account, which was using previously Kerberos, NTLM, LDAP as authentication. We've provided access for OAuth, SAML, everything that is modern authentication. We need, as a responsible security person, to be able to monitor what they are using, what they are doing with these identities. For example, here, I will show you very you can say important or alarming information. This is Samsung email. So let's say you buy a new phone, and the new phone is a Samsung device, and they want to create a Samsung ID. Normally, they request an email address. So what is happening here is I have people, when they've bought a new phone, and the new phone requested them for an identity or an email address, for them, it's just an email address. For us, it's not an email address. It's an identity, which is based on the modern infrastructure and which is going to connect to my Azure AD, which means that if the application has high permissions, so they will be able to access our resources or the resources available on the device with a very high level of authorization, so permission levels. So we need to be able to be aware of all of these applications. If the application has a potential threat for my organization, and if ever I detect a threat which is worth blocking, I can, so right now we are talking about Defender for Cloud Apps, so I can just go ahead and sanction and ban this app. So if I do that, so none of my users would be able to take the identities that I converted and provided them and to use it on applications that are very so not secured. So here we have a rating. I can just go ahead and reduce the rating onto 4, and you will see all kinds of application. And then I can decide whether I'm going to block or sanction those applications. Once done, you know that for sure those applications will not be able to make an API call against your new identity provider, which is your Azure AD. And you will be able to secure the environment with a right degree of approach or a right degree or right level of security. Okay, so these are very important concepts. So I'll go back to the slides now, and it will make more sense now when I tell you that when you're synchronizing your identities, you're actually converting your identities for the modern infrastructure. Once it's on the Azure AD, which is designed for multi-tenancy, you will be able to do a lot of things. And the cloud has been designed in a certain way that you will be able to actually federate with it very easily and use different kind of resources. We as technicians or security architects, we need to be aware of that. We need to protect it with the right level of security. Okay, now there are many types of hybrid identity architectures as well. Okay, we talked about the hashing in the first module. So what happens is the user password is converted or hashed, and the hash value is what is sent to Azure Active Directory just to protect the identity of the user. When this happens, the authentication takes place on Azure Active Directory. Let's say I'm connecting to Office 365. I put my email address and my password, same password that I had on my on-premise. It will allow me to connect because Azure AD will decrypt the hash value or convert the password into the new hash value and compare and allow me access to my tenant. Some people do not want this kind of architecture. They want the authentication to still take place on the on-prem Active Directory. Then what happens is you go for either federated or a pass-through authentication. Then what happens is when a user tries to connect to Azure AD to access a cloud resource, whether it's Office 365 or a different app, Azure AD knows that the architecture is pass-through authentication. Via the connection tool, it will redirect the authentication onto a local Active Directory. And it is the local Active Directory that authenticates the user and allow access to whatever resource that the user is actually trying to access. So in this second scenario, you need to be aware that if ever the AD Connect is down or you don't have access to the local AD, you won't be able to authenticate and you will have a failure of authentication. Okay, but again, you have multiple Active Directories, you can deploy multiple pass-through agents, and normally it's a very stable architecture as well. It will depend on what you want to achieve, but both are available and both can be possible. Okay, now we are going to look at different types of authentication method. Yes, we have a question. Oh no, it's just, I think someone is just not unmuted.
Allez, dis-moi mon temps pour search, pour bloc, pour search UBP.
Okay, sorry about that. Someone was not muted and on a phone conversation. Yes, Katri, you have a question. You can unmute yourself and ask the question.
Can we use the Azure Active Directory only without using a Windows on-prem AD server? Is that possible?
Yes, sir, that's absolutely possible. And it is what we are aiming towards. Okay, what we are aiming towards is a fully cloud-based architecture. Here, even in Mauritius, I have a few management firms which are newly built, and they previously did not have an Active Directory architecture in place. So why to start with did we have an Active Directory environment? So I'm talking about the classic environment, just to provide an identity to the user, to connect the device to a centralized management system, and just to distribute whether it's permissions or GPUs or different kinds of configuration onto the device. If you would have asked me this question 5 years before, I would have told you, no. You still need a local Active Directory because there were lots of settings on Windows devices, so whether be it your Windows 10 or Windows 11 devices, which were only controllable by creating GPUs. Nowadays, Microsoft Intune and the Endpoint Manager is so well built that we can control most of the things that is on our Windows devices. So I can have an Azure AD, create my identities on my Azure AD. My devices would be Azure AD joined. My deployments, whether it's application controls, all kinds of securities, are straight up done via Intune, which is the MDM of Microsoft. And of course, I'll have access to all of my resources in the modern architecture. So basically, the modern architecture does not have a place for a local Active Directory. And we do have many clients now which are fully cloud-based with Azure AD as their identity provider for management of devices and MDM like Intune. And of course, all of the application are either or servers are hosted on Azure, Microsoft Azure, directly on Microsoft data centers, or they are SaaS applications, so software as a service, and you can just connect to those applications. So yeah, simple answer, it is possible, and we already have them.
Thank you very much. And secondly, would standard packages like the Microsoft Business Standard or Business Premium, do they include this, or what's the most basic package that a customer would need to purchase to take advantage of the Azure Active Directory?
It depends. It depends. It depends on what I will show you. So let me just pull up the maps again. And here there is an evaluation to be done. So hold on, let me pull up the maps. Okay, so let's take these licenses. So first up, let's say you have a business standard. Let me open the other one where we can compare as well. Okay, feature metrics. Okay, I will introduce you to what we call frontline licenses. So these are very basic licenses, but still very complete ones. So when I put it like that, so you will see, if ever I talk about the applications that I will need for work. So let's say I need Microsoft OneDrive, I need Teams, I need other stuff, I need Viva, I need all of these work or productivity related application. I can have them. If I need security, I will have a layer of EMS E3 in them. And in those different suites of product, I am getting, you see, Entra ID Plan 1. So this is basically what we used to call Asia AD Premium 1 and Premium 2 licenses. We had two versions of it. So let's say that you already have business standard, and in business standard, okay, let me just put business standard here. You don't have all of the identity sections required for management of devices. So you can just couple it with $4 and you will have all of the Entra ID Plan 1 solution here. Okay, so whether be it self-service password reset, whether be it conditional access or MFA or all kinds of solutions that is required for identity management. So you can just top it up with an EMS E3 directly or an F3 license for users that don't have it. So along with this, you will see the standard does not have Intune Plan 1, but the F3 license does have it. So in a similar fashion, you can just opt to go onto the premium. I can guarantee you has all of the controls required for identity protection and management, device management, device protection with the Defender business plans, and much more with your Windows Hello for Business, information protection, etc., etc., etc. So now, since I've given you two options, the question is, which option do you pick? So the simple answer is based on budget and your needs. So yes, of course, you can go with a cloud-based management system. But what you need to be aware from a technical perspective is that you have many different pathways to get the solution. So if you're talking about Microsoft Intune, it can be part of the premium license, or you can just simply buy singular licenses just for Microsoft Intune. But now let's take the discussion onto the modern management. I told you modern management, this cloud environment, we saw how we have stacks for networking, we have stacks for devices, we are all communicating on the internet. We have many different layers to protect. It does not make sense to just buy a single solution. We basically would, now that you have the information, you basically would know that you have to protect 5 different areas, but you're actually protecting a singular area, and you are not compliant with the modern level of security that needs to be available. Okay, now, even if I tell you this information, what can happen is that you have long-term commitments with other third-party providers. I will give you a real scenario. I had a client which was actually on standard or E3, no, he was on standard, but he wanted to have all of the solutions that we've discussed right now. But unfortunately, he already had a long-term 3-year plan, and he was on the second year with a third-party solution for AV. So he already had plans with Kaspersky, which he signed on 3 years. If he moves now onto the solution, he loses 1 year of subscription, which he already paid for. But his AV solution, Kaspersky, does not give him any of the capabilities that Intune would give someone. So Intune plan, so you cannot deploy application with Kaspersky AV. You cannot do anything which is device management. You can just control whatever is coming on the device and assess whether it's a virus or a malware or it's not a malware, or you can have modules for DLP. So what the client did was he just went for purchasing just the Intune plan for now. And when the time comes after 3 years, when he's actually going to renew all of the licenses, so then he will migrate full-fledged onto premium. Okay, and then you reap the benefit of all of the solutions in premium. So here again, there is a little work to be done. The work implies, first of all, classifying your users. So we have high-end users, your CEOs, your managers, your users and devices which are most at risk. For them, there is no compromise. You will have a mix of licenses which aims at the highest level of security, whether it's a top-up with F5 security and F5 compliance, or simply E5 security and E5 compliance with all of the barriers that you need to protect them. Then you will have some of the sections for, let's say you have a secretary, and the secretary does not really work on files, doesn't really work all day long on a PC. She's mostly attending calls via Teams or another PBX system. And then she just needs, for example, basic calendar invites to be able to communicate. So for this kind of user, you will go for an F3 license, which is at $8. With this $8, you get all of the productivity items, some items for identity, some items for communication, a nice level of security, which is not the highest we can aim for, but still what is recommended for a frontline worker. And then straight up, you saved $100 for one user over the year. Okay, so very important, you need to have the notion of what are the different suite of products, how do they apply to your organization, and always know that in an ideal scenarios, you will not go for E5 licenses for all of your users. It would be actually an overkill. It's nice to have, but depending on the industry you are in, depending on the type of user, depending on where they are operating, you will have a mix of licenses and a mix of capabilities that you will need to assess. And of course, like I said, we from FRCI, we are actually Microsoft partners. I am also an engineer that works on field. Most of the time I'm on the field deploying these solutions. So if ever you need a guidance, you need to know about those licenses, just email me, no problem. We can help you out on this one and try to find the right set of solutions for you. But here again, like I said, we want to provide you with an adequate level of security, which is compliant for your organization and for which you actually can sanction the budgets and have them approved for your organization. It does not make sense to go for E5 full-fledged for all your customers. Of course, this is the highest we can aim at in terms of security and Microsoft offerings. But again, it would be a very huge overkill. Okay, so I hope that this answers a little bit of your queries. We'll move on to the authentication methods. Okay, again, username, password at the very base of authentication methods. And of course, with Azure AD, you also have something that we call a global password ban list. Normally, if it sees these kind of passwords, very plain or not complex passwords, you will not even be able to use those passwords. But again, before we had a concept that said you need to have a username password change every 60 days, every 90 days, just to eliminate brute force attacks on those passwords. This is long behind us. Nowadays, you can have a fixed password. That is a password. This is recommended by Microsoft. You will see if ever you have an Azure AD tenant, one of the security recommendation is to actually not expire password. I know many of you are still reflecting on that because on each of the local Active Directory account or local AD that you have, we had a recommendation to expire the password every 60 days. And from there on, the user has a new set of password and it is difficult to brute force. Nowadays, brute force is too powerful. The devices that we have can brute force in seconds, and it is not the ideal recommendation to have just the password as protection mechanism. Then we move on to two-factor authentication. So two-factor authentication can be with many different levels. So we can have SMS, we can have voice calls, we can have the Microsoft Authenticator app, or token-based hardware tokens, software tokens that we can attribute to the person. And then the person now needs to have the password and the special token presented to be able to access the tenant or the resource. Even higher above, we have biometrics and what we call the best passwordless authentication mechanism. So retinal scan, face recognition, fido stick is very in the limelight nowadays. So this is actually the best we have in line. Just if any of you are already using fido, just have just type in the chat that you use it. But I will still show you what a fido stick looks like. So fido 2 key, you can buy it anywhere. So it integrates directly with Azure AD. You have a section where you can actually configure fido for your Azure AD. And this is basically what it looks like. This is ideal for your CEOs, people that travel a lot, and you have biometric fingerprint. The small hole here is for fingerprint. And just basically the person can just go ahead and plug it on the device. And once the device is plugged, it will have access to the resources and it will be able to authenticate the user. Should you lose a device or not have the specialized token, you won't be granted access to your tenant, and then there is a recovery procedure, of course, and you will have to perform the recovery procedure to, again, grant access to the user, but that would be with the help of an admin. But again, many different types of authentication mechanism, and normally this is the best level of security with the most convenience as well. With the apps, you have to have internet access, you have to remove your phone, you have to click on a code, and nowadays it's changed to typing the code in the app, so it's quite cumbersome. But with this one, once it's basically plug and play. Once you have it and you present it to your device, it will be able to unlock you. So let me see, we have a few questions here. In a hybrid environment, in order to sync and manage BitLocker from Azure AD to, do you need a licensed account to sign into the ODJ connector? Okay, it depends. It depends how and where are you keeping your keys. For example, a simple architecture would be to have the NDM being Intune, and then you configure the policy onto Intune, and then from Intune, it will directly store the recovery keys onto Azure AD. So you have a section for users, and the BitLocker keys are actually on directly stored on the tenant itself. Okay, so you have a section for BitLocker here, and then if I go onto my NDN and I look for devices and I go onto the specific device. So let's take this one, and here, for example, this is a device that I know we've tested on. And here you will see again local admin passwords and recovery keys. So here you will see your BitLocker keys available, and of course you need access to the tenant. And here you will see that we even can have rotation of BitLocker keys. And normally, let me show you this one. So I can have the recovery key here on to my Intune as well as my Azure AD. And it will store it. But if you have an MBAM, you have System Center on your local environment, you would prefer to keep it on the MBAM or on your local Active Directory. Okay, but it depends where you've configured it. If you've already, this is important, if you've already configured BitLocker on your local Active Directory and saves the passwords and BitLocker recovery keys onto your local Active Directory, and now you want to go onto Intune, normally there is a procedure. You have to decrypt and re-encrypt the device. You cannot just migrate to the cloud. Okay, normally you have to re-encrypt the device. I know that a specific section for us was working with one of our clients which had MBAM. MBAM is used on local infrastructure specifically to manage BitLocker and things like that. So they were working on a procedure to try and migrate those devices to Azure AD and BitLocker stored in Azure AD and Intune with the least possible steps. But yeah, so just know that the simplest way and recommended way would be just to decrypt and re-encrypt the devices and have those keys stored onto Azure AD and Intune. Okay, other question, can we use Azure AD directory only that we've responded to without an on-prem organization? And as a question, with hybrid identities, would you have one identity for the cloud and on-premise, or two separate identities, one on the cloud and one on the premise? Okay, what we do when I told you about synchronizing those identities, and I also, from my personal perspective, changed the term to convert, and told you that once you convert it, you can have a whole new level of authentication mechanism provided to you. But to be honest, what is outlined by Microsoft is it is the same identity. I don't like using this term because it misleads a lot of you guys, especially if you have little experience with Azure AD and your local Active Directory accounts. So yes, these two accounts have a connection. The identity that you've synchronized onto Azure AD knows exactly which local account it corresponds to. Of course, the AD Connect will synchronize all of the changes of the attributes from the local AD to Azure AD. You can't delete the account in your Azure AD. It will tell you that it is a synchronized account from your local AD, managed by your local Active Directory, etc., etc. Normally, all of the changes that you will do, you will perform it on your local AD. So whether you are adding a new attribute, you are adding the user on a group, etc., etc. But just know that once the account is on the cloud, okay, it can authenticate with other mechanisms like OAuth, like SAML, and these are open standards for web communication. Okay, and so basically, it's a single identity. So let's say I am Shashi, so it's my identity, but I have one identity that I can use to authenticate with, let's say, file server or an RDS server on premise, and my device on premise. And whenever I'm using my email address and my password, and I'm logging in onto Adobe Cloud or something like that, I'm still Shashi, I'm still the same identity, but just new mechanisms to connect to new applications which are cloud-based. Okay, so a single identity with two different scoping or working areas. Okay, I see from Andre and a recommendation or a remark that they had a device joined to Azure AD. I assume it would be a hybrid device, and they lost their BitLocker key, which is actually something that I recently faced as well for a client. Actually, the client didn't update. So they went from Windows 10 version, from Windows 10 to Windows 11. And similarly, what happened was, we know that BitLocker is enabled. BitLocker was still enabled. The key was stored on Azure AD. And of course, after the update to Windows 11, when we were requested to input the key, and we went to Azure AD, we did not find the key. But our architecture was a hybrid mode one, and actually there are some attributes that are still present on the local Active Directory that you can use to unlock the device. So it's a procedure provided by Microsoft. In our case, even though the BitLocker key was not available on Azure AD, we had an official way to go and retrieve the code from the Active Directory and actually unlock the device. We did not lose the data. Okay, so I will continue on, and I will locate during the break. I will locate the official documentation on that and provide you it, Andre. Maybe in the future, maybe you or anyone of those attending the course today might want to input BitLocker, and you might face the same issue. But there are many levels of protection available. So the keys, of course. Normally, what we do is we save the key on 3 different locations. We have one on OneDrive, one, of course, stored on Azure AD, and on the device itself, it won't allow you. Sometimes we do put on a USB drive, but it's not really recommended. The two that we use frequently is Azure AD and OneDrive, and even though we don't access the device, so we can still access the OneDrive and have the key recovered from there. Okay, so we come back to our authentication mechanisms. So again, we have 3 specific things that we talked about here. And it is based on the concept of something that you know, something that you have, and something that you are. Something that you know, for example, a password, other people also can know the password. So it's a knowledge. If you have the knowledge, if you have the data, other people also can have the data. This is the first layer. What we do is we couple the first layer with the second layer. So something that you know, the password, and a two-factor authentication, a text or a call from a device that you have. So you need to be in possession of the specific mobile number or the specific device or the application, so Microsoft Authenticator app, to be able to justify the access. And we can go even further. You can know something, the password. You can even have stolen the phone or something, but you cannot dupe. I mean, you can, but it is very complicated to go ahead and, for example, copy the biometrics of someone, so the fingerprint and things like that, and video key. So it's much more complex to do. But this is the modern layer for authentication. Normally, we don't stick with something that you know. Do understand that once you've migrated to the cloud, and now I will again show you my dashboard with my identity, my different identities here, and again, security dashboard. And I will show you another solution from Microsoft, which is the identity Defender for Identity in Azure AD identity protection. Why I want to show you this right now, you will understand shortly. Okay, so this is my user account. Okay, I will open my user account page. And here you will be able to understand what I mean by when we migrate to the cloud, we are opening a whole new door into our organization. And if you've migrated to the cloud without having this knowledge in place, without having the zero trust concept in place or protecting different areas, so you will see that you have a huge potential to be breached. Again, you see let me zoom in. You will see my password is set to never expire, but still it's in the green. It's the recommended action from Microsoft. What I want to show you is here. So I am currently based in Mauritius. This is my identity. I use this identity on multiple devices. Some of them I connect interactively, so I log on to the device itself. Some I do a remote access, so non-interactive, but I have a full visibility of where my identities are connecting. If ever there is a lateral movement, I will be able to detect that. But what I want to show you is actually here, the locations. I told you, I am in Mauritius, and 60% of total activities that are happening on my account is from Mauritius. I was in the previous month in Djibouti for another Microsoft training and a project for a client. So this is justified as well. But now you see France, you see India, you see South Africa, maybe South Africa for the tenant. but you see United States, you see Netherlands. I've not been to those places. Why is my account being triggered on those locations? This is because it is absolutely normal. Once you've migrated to the cloud, you are exposed to a whole new world out there. Okay, people will try to brute force your account. People will try to get into your account. You need to be aware of that. It's very easy to brute force an Azure AD account which has not the right level of authentication and authorization or application like MFA, like two-factor authentication, like Azure AD identity protection. If you've not implemented those items, most probably you are already breached. If you don't have conditional access, most probably someone sitting in United States or UK has actually got access of your account and is actually connecting to your account. So all of these activities, so I can now trigger, drill down, and view and monitor. And of course, right now I'm showing you activity logs of what is happening, what application, what is happening on this specific identity. But normally, this is controlled by the AI of Microsoft. If ever there is something to report to me, it will already alert me. So you see there are 0 alerts for my account because it's well configured. And of course, there are no major incidents on my identity. But know that you are no longer in your local Active Directory. You are on the public internet, and there can be anything that happens there. So you need to have those solutions in place. Whether it's Microsoft-based or another solution provider, doesn't matter. But you need to be monitoring those patterns. And again, if you go back here, now you understand why just a password won't do the thing for this modern infrastructure. You need to have conditional access. You need to have multi-factor authentication. These are basic requirements or must-have that you need to have in your security mechanisms as recommended by Microsoft. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide and we'll see where we are at. Okay, now a very nice to have feature. Many of you which are working as IT admins or IT support must have known the problem that we have with user forgetting their password and having to reset password for, let's say if you have an environment of 5,000, 10,000 users, you will always have 1 or 2 or a couple of 100 of them coming on each day telling you that their password is not working, they need to reset their password. So one of the first benefits of SSPR, which is self-service password reset, is the ability to actually provide users the access to reset their password. So we've talked about AD Connect. AD Connect is a tool that synchronizes your local identities to the Azure AD. And normally, it is not the reverse. It is not Azure AD to your on-premise environment. So the replication is actually just one way. So most of the time, AD Connect is taking information from your local environment and creating them on the cloud or synchronizing them on the cloud. But few things that the AD Connect writes back onto the local environment is actually passwords. And now it's just being introduced. It's called group write back. So there are 2 features of AD Connect now. I mean, one is fairly newer. So if we create a group on Azure AD, this group can be synchronized back now onto the local Active Directory. And for passwords, you have the ability to reset the password in the cloud, and the password will be written back onto your local Active Directory. If you are completely cloud-based, so you just provide the ability to your users to change their password. Okay. if you have a local Active Directory, you people would know that you need to be in the presence of a domain controller to actually be able to change passwords. If you're not in the local LAN, you won't be able to change passwords. But with SSPR, you give the ability to your users to change their password from almost anywhere. Okay, so the password is changed in the cloud, and Azure AD ensures that via AD Connect, the password is written back onto your local Active Directory. But again, so SSPR is a nice feature to have. Now, SSPR is also used as part of security mechanisms. Let's say I just showed you my identity, how it is being monitored. And there's a risk level associated with my identity. So low-level risk or high-level risk. I can configure what we call conditional access. So we will look at that shortly in the final slides of this module. We will look in depth what is conditional access and their main capabilities. But right now, I just wanted to outline the fact that if ever it sees that there is a high risk that I have been compromised based on how I'm working, based on what I'm doing, what it can do is or straight up block my account and request a password change via the self-service password reset. So what happens is a user is forced to go and reset their password because based on the logs that we have, we might assume that the account has already been compromised, and we just want to force a password reset. So this is possible as well. But again, it is not the primary usage of SSPR. The primary usage of SSPR is to provide a self-service for your users and eliminate that burden onto IT admins and IT support to reset passwords. Okay. Other capabilities that we have is, for example, custom ban password list. I can go into Azure AD and define a custom list of passwords that I don't want to see in my organization. Let's say I work for FRCI. Maybe my users have a tendency to just say, when they create the password, they just put FRCI, department A, password 1234. So I can just define those patterns and say that, hey, if you see the brand name, the company name, internal departments, just block. And we don't want these kind of passwords onto our tenant because they are very easy to guess. And normally, when someone is performing a brute force onto the password, this is what they will try to create. Password that people might create based on brand names, product names, location, etc., etc. On the other hand, the global ban password list is just a list of passwords that we have, and we know that these passwords are too unsecure. So default passwords, you have routers, you have many different kinds of passwords. So ASS W0RD. Most of the people who work in the industry for years now used to use this password, and we see that anywhere. So like that, this is a list already created by Microsoft, and if ever it sees that someone from our company is trying to put this password, they will just block access to it. So Azure AD password protection helps you defend against password spray attacks as well. So most password spray attacks submit a few of the known weakest passwords against each of the account in an enterprise. So we're just trying to take common password and just spray it over someone's organization. So this technique allows most attackers to quickly search for an easily compromised account and avoid potential detection threshold. So if I take a single account and try to brute force it, let's say my cover will be blown fairly easily. But if I take, let's say, a list of 3 to 5 passwords that are mostly used, or the weakest that most people use. So many people use, if you ask them to put a password, they just go password 123 or P, like I told you, A $, or things like that. Or they just create a pattern with their name in the password. So if I'm called Shashi, I will just put SHA 1234 $, and things like that. So to eliminate all of these kinds of patterns, so we have the global ban and the custom ban list, and of course the password spray will be able to detect if ever a special attacker is trying to just use its sets of password and trying to log in with all of my Azure AD accounts and trying to find the weakest link. So this protection is based on real-world security telemetry data from Azure AD, and it is normally built into the global ban password list. Okay, so you saw how many different types of protection there are with Microsoft. So Microsoft normally, based on their security intelligence, they will update the global ban list automatically. You don't configure it, you just have to enable it for your tenant. And if ever we are seeing such a problem onto your tenant and or is a password in that list, so we'll block that and your users will be secure. Okay, for hybrid security, so what admins can do is they can integrate Azure AD password protection with their on-premise Active Directory environment. And then you saw how we told you that we can use, for example, pass-through authentication with IADFS. So the authentication happens not in the cloud, but on the on-premise environment. So like that, we ensure that the authentication is being done by Active Directory, which is highly secure as well. Okay, so this was all for this section. Let me just check if we have a few questions. No, everything okay till now. Okay, we'll be done with this module in a short while, and then we'll take a lunch break for an hour or so, and then we'll come back for the 2 last modules. Okay, and this is the next section, a very interesting one, based on conditional access. Okay, conditional access is a very important feature in the modern infrastructure. What it basically is that we have users, we have devices, we have applications, we have log informations, we have all kinds of what we call signals and auditings that we are capturing when our users are using Azure AD. Okay, what can we do with those signals? We can take them and we can create a role based on the signals and what we are seeing. As part of the signals, we can take very specific actions. I can be very drastic. If ever I see a user that is high risk, a device that is not compliant, I can just block access. And straight up, once I do that, so the user, the device authentication does not have access to all of my data of my organization. Or I can be rather lenient. So if I detect, so these two being in high risk, or the user sign-in being in high risk, I can ask the user to actually go ahead and provide me with MFA, so two-factor authentication, just to ensure that we are actually able to authenticate the user properly. So the user claims to be user Shashi is actually able to prove by providing the MFA token that he is actually that user. And based on that, if we see that you're high risk but you are still able to provide the token or the proofs that you are the user you claim to be, then we can be a little bit lenient and still provide you access with the apps and data of the organization. One very common one is location-based. So for example, most of our users are in Mauritius. So for our company, we can create a condition that if you see that user Shashi is actually logging in from Mauritius, you grant him access. If ever we see the logging being initiated from anywhere else in the world, okay, we can block the access. And of course, when I'm traveling, I can modify the information as and when I need to be able to still access my applications and data based on actually what has been communicated to the IT security team and based on the conditional access created for my account. But just to go at the base, so very simple, we have signals. Signals or information or raw data. Based on that, we can create conditions to ensure that the access provided to my applications and data are actually highly secure. Okay, and you saw previously the identity logs from my account. Some were from United States, some were from Denmark, some from South Africa, some from India. But with conditional access, I can have the peace of mind that all of those users trying to access my account from different locations won't be able to access the account. The hacker needs to be absolutely initiating some kind of communication from Mauritius itself to be able to pass the first layer, let's say, the location-based conditional access. I can have location-based conditional access. I can have device-based conditional access coupled with location-based conditional access. What we normally do is we join the device onto Azure AD, and we create a policy saying that the device needs to be compliant for it to grant access to enterprise application and enterprise data. So if ever the device is not part of my organization and it is not joined to my Azure AD, it is a device of a hacker. So straight up, the device is not compliant because we cannot make a match of whether the device is compliant or not from our signals from Azure AD. We cannot see if the device is compliant. If you cannot see if the device is compliant, then access is blocked. Okay, so like that, we can have multiple layers of protections just based on conditional access created onto your tenant. And now, let me show you how easy and actually how Azure AD conditional access looks like on the backend. Okay, so again, here we are on the security portal. So again, let's say I come to my user, I see observe in organization, I see locations, and I in the past 30 days, I see that, okay, Mauritius is fair enough, Djibouti, I was traveling there, but all of these others, I don't know what they are, okay? Instead of going and looking into the logs of all of these and trying to make sense out of it, I can just go back to my Azure AD. Okay, let me close that. Too many tabs open. Let me close that as well. These we don't have use for them right now. Okay, again, this is the old Azure AD. So we can again go on to entra.microsoft.com and access the new identity platform. And from here, of course, we can configure conditional access as part of the protection mechanisms. Okay, so as part of conditional access, so we have many policies created, and we can have much more created. So policies are very easy to create. So I'll create a new policy for you guys. So here I can say test demo test, something like that. Okay, now this is the name. Again, you create a policy with a name. What you do next is you assign users, whether you're going to put all of the users, but be very careful. You can lock yourself out if you are trying to configure them and you're not sure of how to configure them. So normally, we always recommend to select specific groups, or if it's a policy that is going to apply to all users. So you will see a warning here tells you that do ensure to actually exclude one or two users still. So let's say I want to exclude all of my global administrators, which is a highest privilege account in my tenant, so that I can still log into this dashboard. And if ever there is a modification to be done on the policy, I can still do it. So this policy right now is going to target all other users, but it will exclude my global admin accounts, assuming that this is what we want to do for now. Okay, but I could have straight up, if I know what I'm configuring and I'm completely sure of the policy not actually being harmful for my global admin and not creating a completely lockout situation, I can do that as well. I can just ignore this warning and just proceed. Okay. Okay. Next up is now the perimeter of the target resources. So I've defined my users. I can go ahead and define all cloud apps, or define a user action or authentication content, etc. Let's say I want all cloud apps, or let's say, let's be more specific so that you can see. Let's say we want to target Office 365, only this application. So I can go ahead and select only this application. So here, all of my users when connecting to Office 365, okay, so we've defined our users, we've defined where they are trying to log in. Now is the interesting part. What conditions we want to match, what conditions we want to look for. Okay, we can have user risk, we can have sign-in risks. So again, here I can say if I see the user has this high sign-in risk, and for example, the device, okay, yes, is a Windows device, etc., etc., and the location is any or trusted location, or any location or specific location. Let's say it's from, let's say, Dubai. Okay, so right now we've defined all our users trying to connect to Office 365, and then we said, but do check if the user risk is high, do check if the user is connecting from a Windows device, and do check if the user is connecting from Dubai. Okay, if all of these conditions are met, then I can go ahead and take now actions. Okay, in the actions, I can just say, okay, so this is not good for my organization, just block the access. Or, like I said, we can be very lenient. We can just go ahead and say, okay, we are going to grant access, but we are going to require multi-factor authentication because you've tipped too many cases and we are not sure whether you are the person you claim to be, because there are too many patterns that are wrong here. And again, here we have multiple types of options. And if we want the user to force a reset, so this is here, require password change, and this will force a password change onto the user. But what is important for you guys to understand is that we have many types of conditions. We have many types of actions that we can take. It depends on what we want to do. Now I'm going to show you a real configuration for us. So Microsoft partner, let's say conditional access, Mauritius only. So most of our users, okay, connecting to our resources and okay, connecting with modern browsers and application from any location except Belgium, France, India. So these are the locations that we actually are working out right now. So if ever you see any location apart from those 7 locations, what action to take is to block access. So with this conditional access, okay, we've been able to protect all our users from the world. So users only in the specified location will be able to connect with accounts that I have defined, okay, with the accounts that I have provided to them with my Asia AD accounts. Any other location will automatically be blocked. So like that, this is the concept of conditional access, a very important feature in the whole of the topology for our Asia AD environment. Okay, let me just check if we have questions. No, we don't have any questions, so we'll move along. Okay, so now we've talked about conditional access. Now we'll talk about role-based access control. We talked about people authenticating to the tenant. Very good. We've authenticated. We've been able to prove who we are. Now we are getting our authorization. We are getting access to different types of places. We have many different dashboards. We have many different types of work that we can do. So we'll have to define roles. So we have what we call role-based access control, or which is available on Asia AD. And based on that, we have many different types of built-in roles. Normally, we don't play around with the built-in roles. We use them as per Microsoft recommendations. If ever we need to have specific roles for, let's say, someone who manages multiple types of tasks, we can go ahead and provide and create rather custom roles for those users as well. But again, we'll have a look at it. So in terms of identity governance and protection, what do we have with Asia AD? So like you all know, we create an identity. So the person, the employee, etc., has no access. First of all, they will join our company. When they join our company, they were juniors. They were only help desk administrators. They were not only allowed to create users and create specific groups, join people to those groups, but not be able to delete or do different things to those groups. So we have a set of permission that we've attributed to user A. Then the user works for 5 years in the company, he gets promoted. Now he manages Intune as well. So we will have to create or add roles for Intune as well onto his identity. And then one day he will leave the company. So what is a retirement procedure to remove the account, to disable the account, delete the account, remove all the access so that we ensure that the user no longer can be a potential threat to the organization itself. Okay, many places we've seen the users being created are there, but they have already left the company. Nobody has cleaned up the organization and things like that. We can run PowerShells and try to detect when was the last logins for different users, and then from there on, try to find out why and how these accounts are still in our domain and try to eliminate them as much as possible. But from a strategic perspective, we need to have a policy in place for the whole life cycle of when someone joins the company, different entitlements that they will have, different positions that they will share, and then providing them the access. Okay, so for access packages, we have a small video. So I will show you the video first, and then we'll move on to the explanation. Okay, let's go ahead.
Welcome everyone, and thank you for tuning in. Today we're going to talk about Azure Active Directory Entitlement Management. My name is Joe Castellanos, and I'm a Senior Program Manager on the Microsoft Identity Governance and Administration team.
And my name is Hannah Kim, and I'm also a Program Manager on the Microsoft Identity Governance and Administration team. Today we'll be talking about what entitlement management is and how it works. Entitlement management allows your organization to manage access to groups, applications, and SharePoint Online sites for internal users and also users outside your organization with the necessary controls, like self-service requests, approval workflows, and expiration policies. Entitlement management does this by creating and managing access packages, which are collections of different resources grouped together to be requested in one go.
So Hannah, if a new person joins a team and starts working on a project, what are all the things that person needs to be productive?
They might need access to some applications, SharePoint sites, teams, groups, a bunch of different things.
Does the person joining know what they need?
Typically not. Normally, they would need to ask their team members or manager.
Assuming the new person knows what they need, do they know where to go to get it?
Likely each resource the new person needs is going to have its own request process. For example, they might need to go to a service portal, call the help desk, or ask their manager. So how can we make this whole process simpler and easier? As we talked about earlier, you can use entitlement management to create access packages for all the resources needed for a given project or role. With these access packages, when a new person joins, they can simply go to one place and request a single item to get everything they need without having to know the actual individual resources. But not just anyone should be able to get access to any package, which is why entitlement management allows for user scoping, required approval, and expiration policies to ensure only the right people have the right access for the right amount of time, limiting your access risk. Now, what if that same project needs to partner with a different organization, like Contoso?
Well, previously, you'd have to know who from Contoso was working on the project, individually invite each person, and then grant them access to each resource as needed. With entitlement management, you can use the existing package and simply update it to allow for users from Contoso's directory to self-request for the project's package. The resource directory can configure approval and expiration settings specific to Contoso users, which may be different from their employees, as well as automatically configure guest account cleanup, where the users will be removed from the directory once they no longer have the package. Join us for our next video, where we will explain how to set up and configure entitlement management.
Okay, so this was a video explaining to you what actually entitlement management is, and you will see that onto your tenant. So I will just add that in the chat. So basically, those who are familiar with Active Directory, what we used to do in the classic way, we used to create an account. Okay, let's say you work for the HR department, and we've created an account, so a template demo account, and then from there on, we'll add the groups that you need, the permissions that you need, and the groups are onto different access files, so file server, etc., etc. So if you match the same concept onto the cloud, so the files are stored on SharePoint, communication is done via Teams, so different Teams channel, etc., etc. So the concept here is how can we just create all those settings as a bundle into one, and then when a new user joins, for example, the HR department, we just have to assign the package to the user, and within the package, they have all of their permissions. So this is what basically entitlement management and user lifecycle management is. Just to be able to create those packages and assign them onto different users. So if we go back onto our tenant, so you will see, let's close this conditional access. Okay, so under identity governance, you will see here entitlement management. And here, again, like we said, so you have all of the different information that you need to be able to getting startup. So control your user lifecycle, so lifecycle workflows. So you can create when a user joins in, what happens when the user leaves the organization, what happens, etc., etc. Sorry, my connection is a little bit slow. But again, we have the access packages that we can create, catalogs that we can create. So new catalog, and then we have a name on it for test user. And once we create the catalog, it will appear here. From the catalog, we can just go ahead and assign resources, assign access packages to them. I can create a new access package, and in the new access package, test package. Okay, very, very simple walkthrough. So here I can already start giving groups and teams access to applications, access to SharePoint sites. I can have multiple sites in my organization. I will be able to see all of the sites. So here we're just basically creating a bundle of all of those different sites. So here I will show you what it looks like in the real world. So let's say I have teams here, and I have many different types of teams. Hold on, I will just show you. So here, this is my personal teams, and you see these are local terms or some member to different types of teams. And I was at some point in time given access to those team sites. But here you see Osam member 2, I can go ahead and straight up at this SharePoint site. So you must know that the backend of everything that is Microsoft is SharePoint. So most of the information is stored on SharePoint. So I can go ahead and straight up add those sites or those bundles here in the access package. And of course, once I've created the access package, I can just assign it to specific group of users, specific type of users, HR department users, IT users, specific department users. So the use case scenario is for you to determine, but the concept is still here. So we have direct inbuild onto your tenant. So I'm going to just delete that and show that I don't create unwanted items onto my tenant. So here you will have all the mechanism needed for you to go ahead and create those types of life cycles, the types of attribution techniques, which helps your organization. It helps all of your users actually work in a very ordered manner, and it streamlines the process of adding a new user to your organization with the adequate level of access. Again, you can, since Azure AD is multi-tenancy and we can do B2B and B2C, so we can also share the same level of permissions or same attributes to other persons working on different organizations, etc., etc. So, simple concept, you have the possibility to create those bundles of services, predefined. You have take the time and sit down with each and every department and learn about what they need and just create those bundles. And when the time comes, attribute those bundles to those users with the expiry dates, with those different types of life cycles that exist. And of course, then you automate and control that if you have 10 users in the HR department, all 10 of those users have the same or required level of permissions or access to the required resources. Okay, so another concept, but this one, so the two next concept that we are going to discuss, these are very advanced level security that we have. They are not available in all plans. You need to be having an E5 license of some sort, E5 security, F5 security, to be able to reap the benefits of those advanced modules. So first up is PIM, Privileged Identity Management, which gives you the ability to do just-in-time approval-based access and visibility on who is accessing what resource, auditability. So basically what it is nobody gets access to our resources. Let's say I have 5 virtual machines that I have deployed on my infrastructure. Normally what happens is the classic way of operating is you have an account with a certain level of access, which 365 days a year has access to those resources because he has the level of permission required. And then you have standard users which do not have access to those resources because they are not admins, they cannot do the changes, they are not allowed to do those changes. This concept is the old concept, and it has its limitations because if the account is compromised, and assuming the mantra of zero trust, which is assuming breach, we know that we'll fail to protect the resources that we've deployed, whether on Azure AD or our Azure tenant, etc., etc., etc. So with PIM, what we can do is that at no point in time, nobody has access to those resources. So let's say I have a server that I've deployed onto the cloud. I have an account, a simple administration account, and I want to get access to that account. So I will make a request. I will create a request and provide justification. So I want to connect to the server because I need to deploy a certain service. So I need to connect to the server with administrative privilege, and I will do the job in around 1 hour. So this is a request. So you make the request, you fill in the available template. So you request for an admin access to deploy certain type of application on the server for 1 hour. So there is someone who approves the request. Normally it's a manager. And then once granted the approval, the account is provided the access on the required date, required time, for the time that you asked for. If ever you need more time, you can still request to extend, etc., etc. But it is all approval based. So with this technique, we give someone admin privileges on our core infrastructure with least privilege into account. So if ever they just need to create an account or they just need to modify certain types of setting, which does not require to be an administrator. So we can provide role-based access control as well. We give the right amount of permission for the right amount of time for the time that we need to make a modification only. So at any point in time, all access is blocked to the resource, so it is highly secured. And when we need to make a modification, so there is a process based on PIM that goes into action where we request approval and we are granted approval just for the limited time with the privileges that is required. And of course, everything is audited and everything has different types of alerting system notifications in place. Very simple concept, but very efficient. Okay, we have the same for local infrastructure. On if you're not planning to move to the cloud in the coming month or years, and you still want to have that type of security in your local infrastructure, it's what we call the bastion forest. It's much harder to implement in local environments, so where you have Active Directory and all of that. So you need to deploy a second forest. All the admin accounts are in the second forest, which we call the bastion forest. And when you need to actually make changes in the production forest, so only then the admin accounts are activated on the bastion forest, and via the trust,